any housekeeping matters before we start in earnest? No, some nods. Okay. In that case, then we'll start in earnest then with the council's second witness, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, sir. Just wait for Mr. Wright to make sure he's fully set up, sir. Yes, please. If you... There we go. Thank you, Mr. Wright. If I can introduce you to the inquiry from... This isn't Mr. Wright's theme tune, this is the sandwich. It's like the darts when you get played into the arena. We normally go for Eye of the Tiger or something a bit more appropriate. Right. Mr. Wright, you tell us in your proof of evidence at 1.1 that you are an experienced consultant specialising in sport and leisure industry, particularly in relation to the provision of outdoor sports facilities and their development. You graduated from Manchester Met in 2011 with an honours degree in coaching and sports development, and then started at Knight, Kavanagh and Page, where you're still employed, and have been working there as a director of the company since 2023. And that you have led over 100 projects, and this includes the production of the Golf Needs Assessment, which no doubt we'll spend some time on today, for Blaby Council. And then you set out at 1.4 various other golf-based assessments that you've undertaken at councils or in authorities around the country. And also at 1.6, work you've done on the other side of the fence, acting for developer-led projects in relation to golf course provision. And then at 1.13, you have a declaration that your evidence that you've prepared and set out in your proof of evidence is written in accordance with the Code of Conduct of the RTPI, together with Annex O of the Procedural Guide to Planning Appeals, and you confirm in writing that the opinions expressed are your true and professional ones, and I assume that's still the case.
That's right, yeah.
Good, thank you. Staying within your proof of evidence, I want to just cut straight to the point, the key issue, and your 2.5, which is an extract from the Golf Needs Assessment. And I wonder if you would just read out that extract for us, please.
The two paragraphs in italics.
Yes, please.
The lesser levels of need for pay and play facilities is especially pertinent given the development aspirations that exist at Blaby Golf Centre and Enderby Golf Course, with both considered to be key sites in the area for recreational demand. However, whilst the findings of the study could be used to support the loss of one of these venues, it does not warrant the closure of both, as this would alter the picture significantly. This is especially the case given they are both located in Blaby and relatively close to each other. The loss of one is likely to considerably increase the demand and need for the other. When assessing both Blaby Golf Centre and Enderby Golf Course individually, the need for the former, being Blaby Golf Centre, could be said to be higher, given that it also provides a par 3 pitch and putt course and a miniature/adventure course, in addition to its standard hole offering. This helps create a clear pathway at the site and in the region that would be lost without its presence. Furthermore, it has a higher user base in terms of membership and has undergone recent investment to improve the facilities.
Thank you. And then at 2.6, not quoting from ANOG, this is now your view expressed in your proof of evidence. You continue in the view that was expressed in ANOG that Blaby should be preferred over Enderby, and I assume that remains your position.
In terms of protection, yes.
In terms of protection, yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. The important piece of guidance that was applied within the Golf Needs Assessment is the Sports England ANOG guidance, which is CD 9.5. And I'd just like, first of all, to go, if you could pull that up to page 77.
the page again, sorry?
70, so it's electronic, page 80, internal, 79, internal, page 77. And it's within the chapter on how ANOG can be used and documents produced following that guidance. And there's a heading informing the development management process. Paragraph S22.
I will get there, sorry. Okay, I'm there.
Good. So first question, was the GNA conducted in accordance with the Sport England guidance?
In my opinion, yes.
And was your proof of evidence conducted in accordance with the Sport England guidance methodology?
The proof of evidence took account of the guidance, yeah.
And then we see there at S22 and S23 that the guidance can be used to inform the development management process. So how appropriate, therefore, is it to rely upon the golf needs assessment and your evidence in order to assist the inspector at this appeal?
I would say extremely.
Good, thank you. Right, so I want to then deal with some specific issues. Firstly, geographical scope. So if you have your proof of evidence open, you're probably going to need a few documents as we go through this. So if your computer's being slow, is it better to open them?
My proof is already open, so
You've got your
we're okay
proof.
in that one.
I think it's also worth getting open the appellant's evidence and rebuttal.
Yeah, but rebuttal's already open.
You've got the Sport England guidance.
Yeah.
And the golf needs assessment, which is CD 8.6.
Yeah, that's open.
Good. So the golf needs assessment, and again in your proof, uses a 20-minute drive time catchment. Firstly, why have you used a 20-minute drive time catchment?
As per the ANOG guidance, a catchment area is advised to be used, and the industry standard for golf, as advised by both Sport England and England Golf, is to use a 20-minute drive time catchment area. That's considered to be a reasonable distance that people are willing to travel to access a golf course or a golf site.
And that's a 20-minute drive from where?
For the needs assessment, that was a 20-minute drive from Blaby as a whole, because the assessment was for the whole district rather than a specific course.
And so is the approach in the golf needs assessment consistent or inconsistent with the ANOG guidance? And we can go to the relevant page if you need.
No, it's consistent.
So CD 9.5, page 21. Paragraph A27. Are you there?
Yeah.
So it says at the bottom of that paragraph, as a general guide, a 20-minute travel time is often applicable to community sports facilities such as swimming pools and sports halls for general recreational use. However, this can vary depending on local circumstances. Using local information will help define these catchments. So the starting point is 20 minutes. You've applied 20 minutes. Why do you say it's appropriate to have used 20 minutes and not to deviate from that general guide?
There's just nothing special characteristically about Blaby that would result in a need to consider anything other than that. You might reduce the time if it's a particularly urban area, and drive time in reality can be tricky, especially at rush hour. It might be appropriate to extend the drive time if the local authority is particularly rural. But Blaby didn't fall into either of those in our opinion or the opinion of England Golf.
Thank you. Now, necessarily, if you are taking a 20-minute drive time area of catchment, drive time catchment of Blaby, you will be considering people that aren't resident of Blaby, relating therefore to imported demand for for a particular facility. How then is that factored into what need are you therefore meeting? Is it just Blaby, or does it go wider than that?
It goes wider than that. So golfers generally don't abide by local authority boundaries. They don't recognise local authority boundaries. They'll just access the sites that are most suitable to them, regardless of what local authority it might fall into.
Now I want to look at the Lichfields note, please. If you've got the appellant's proof, or probably easiest in the appellant's proof, the note that's appended. Sorry, forgive me, it's in the quantitative need assessment. Which
What's
is
the number, sorry?
CD 5.1.8. It was appended to the statement of case. Do you have it?
I'm struggling to find 5.1.8.
If you want, we can take it from your proof of evidence and the approach which you've when critiquing the Lichfields quantitative assessment.
Okay.
So if you win your proof of evidence, page 5, internal page 5, PDF page 7.
Yeah.
One of the criticisms of from Lichfields is that the catchment, the approach to the drive time catchment is inappropriate. What's your response to the Lichfields criticism?
For the modelling that Lichfield has carried out, it makes no sense to me, because they've also used the drive time catchment area, but then they've only taken into account demand from within Blaby. It seems you have to do either both or neither, not one and the other, if that makes sense.
But I mean, in simple terms, what's the effect if you apply the Lichfields approach? If you take the catchment of the 20 minutes, but then only the demand from within the area, thinking particularly around the number of participants per course.
It just looks like there's a huge supply to meet not that much demand, but obviously that's not taking into account the demand that comes from the local authorities, even though some of the golf courses are within those local authorities, or most of them are.
And so it would have what effect would it have in terms of considering, as you described earlier, the imported demand that relates to the users of the course? Would they be considered or not?
They're not considered as part of the modelling, no.
As part of which modelling?
The Lichfield modelling.
Thank you. I want then to look at the supply side of the consideration. And there's 4 elements to be considered within this, which you're familiar with from the Sporting and Guidance: quantity, quality, accessibility and availability. The golf needs assessment, please. Paragraph 2.7.
Yeah.
And there you set out the 3 different types of golf facilities recognised by Sport England and governed by England Golf are defined in the table below. Standard, par 3 and driving range. So in terms of what is offered at Blaby, how does that fit into what is recognised by Sport England and governed by England Golf?
The 9-hole course at Blaby is a standard hole course, so that fits the description of the first column in table 2.1. The pitch and putt course sits separately to those because it's none of those three, although it's loosely connected to a par 3 course. And then the adventure golf course is separate again.
And so, obviously, when we went through your initial conclusion, or the overall conclusion around why Blaby should be protected over Enderby, it was about the overall offer of the site. So, if Crazy Golf and Pitch and Putt are not included within the golf facilities recognised by Sport England and governed by England Golf, how then do you say they should be factored into assessing supply and demand?
So they're not factored in with the initial needs assessment because they are sort of non-traditional golf facilities, but they still need to be recognised as sports facilities, as recreational facilities, and in effect the existence of those creates an additional offer, and an offer that can act as a pathway to the standard hole course, and then to other sites as beginners or casual players get more interested in the game.
And if we look to a document referenced in your proof, so CD 13.8,
Yeah.
which is, you include an article from a recent campaign by England Golf, 28th of March 24, called It's All Golf, which as a non-golfer assists me. And it says there that the aim of sport, if you turn onto page 2, the substantive text, It's All Golf encompasses England Golf's mission to broaden golf's appeal as an accessible, inclusive and enjoyable sport, allowing more individuals to benefit socially, mentally and physically from the game by experiencing the fun and exciting opportunities at facilities. And the second paragraph, led by the governing body's facility affiliation programme, in which England Golf is teaming up with facilities across the country to enable access to all forms of the game. This includes driving ranges, short courses, par 3 courses, pitch and putt courses, simulator venues and adventure golf venues.
Yeah.
So what do you say the inspector should take from England Golf's approach to broadening access to the game when looking at the offer at Blaby?
That it's not just the standard hole course that needs consideration, it is also the pitch and putt course and the adventure course, because they are important to golf and getting more people interested in golf.
Thank you. The offers then at Blaby and Enderby, if you've got the golf needs assessment open, still just below where we were, so page 9, internal page 9, PDF 11.
Yeah.
You start off first of all, table 2.2, 18 active golf venues within Blaby and its 20-minute drive time catchment area, and you identify there 18 courses, and numbers site ID 16 and 17 are 16 Blaby, 17 Enderby.
Yeah.
So the standout point of difference between Blaby and Enderby within that table is the addition of the par 3 holes. So again, in terms of its role, looking at England Golf's accessibility drive, what does the par 3 hole course add?
It adds an additional offer. It adds an offer that is going to target a different type of golfer to the standard hole course, especially families, younger people, beginners. And yeah, it creates a pathway to the standard hole course.
Now we can start to distinguish from table 2.2 the offer at Blaby and Enderby from some of the other courses. So looking at the longer courses, the particularly high-end courses. Rothley Park Golf Club, I think, is one of the ones that you identify as such. So in terms of where Blaby and Enderby taken together fit in the overall picture, how would you characterise that?
They are primarily focused on pay and play golf at a lower price point. So they are sort of the most accessible sites within the catchment area, targeted more so towards beginners, casual players, recreational players. The large majority of other sites are geared more towards the high-end market and much more expensive to play, but as a result, probably better quality and a more traditional golfing offer.
Thank you. And then scrolling down then to table 2.3, the summary of the standard hole golf courses within the catchment area. And again, Blaby and Enderby down site ID 16 and 17. So working along those two rows, firstly, yardage. We can see that Blaby is shorter than Enderby. To what extent, if at all, is that relevant to your assessment?
Not overly. It means the different in terms of the playability of them, but there's both pros and cons to that. Enderby might be more aligned to the traditional courses in terms of how long it is, but Blaby being shorter means it might be quicker to play and it's more suited to beginners or those less good at golf.
And we can see then the final column, slope rating. Firstly, to a non-golfer, I don't know if the inspector's a golfer, what's a slope rating?
The idea of a slope rating is that it enables users to have a handicap depending on the quality of the course. So rather than just having a general handicap, it's now more aligned to how difficult the course that they're playing is.
So firstly then, taking that, is there a requirement when assessing golf needs that a course must have a slope rating or not?
Not at all. I mean, slope ratings are relatively new. Within the last decade is when they've been introduced. So prior to that, they weren't a thing. So it's not overly important.
And therefore, what relevance does having a slope rating or not have a slope rating play in making your assessment of which should receive protection?
Zero.
Thank you. I think in terms of the points within ANOG in terms of quantity, as we've just touched on, I think there's agreement that there is generally across all ranges of the sport good accessibility to a range of facilities, and that's set out in 2.7 of your proof, where you say the golf provision is well spread across the study area. Due to the variation in course types, layouts and difficulty, all types of golfers can be accommodated. Cost varies significantly. So taking that broad picture again of the whole golf offer in Blaby, your position on accessibility?
As I said, it's good. There's a lot of courses for the catchment area. The courses collectively provide for most golfers. There's good variety.
In terms then of accessibility for that entry level type of course, the Blaby Enderby type of course, how would you describe accessibility within the catchment?
With the two sites, Blaby and Enderby, again, it's good. I think from our analysis, there's much higher demand for membership-based courses and less need for these types of courses. But that isn't to say there's no need. So two courses is good for what demand exists.
And then again, staying within your brief, availability, 18 golf sites across the study area. Pay and play availability is evidently higher, with only Longcliffe Golf Club and Rothley Park not offering it. The consolidation of pay and play could enable those that remain to be more financially viable and sustainable, and therefore more likely to be available in the long term. So again, the same questions. Blaby as a whole, in terms of the whole golf provision, the availability of courses.
Good.
And in terms of the entry level types of offer from Blaby and Enderby.
Good, as things stand.
Good as things stand. Very good. Right, so the key issue, and I think it's characterised, in fairness to him, in his rebuttal proof, is this Blaby versus Enderby question, and which one which one should be deserving of the protection afforded by 104A, and whether there is whether Blaby is surplus to requirements. Right, so I want to look then at how we look at golfing offers, and firstly within ANOG, Sporting England Guidance. ANOG sounds awful. CD 9.5, page 29.
Page 29.
Yes, which has first of all the audit of facilities, and we're told there that under quality we look at how good are they.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
And as we go further down on page 38, we're provided with a little bit more detail on how we answer that rather broad question of how good are they, which is table 2, which is looking at supply side information summary. Do you have that?
I do, yeah.
And it's the section on quality and the column on what it tells us about our supply. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you have that, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Firstly, condition. Is the facility attractive, and does it meet the needs and expectations of users? So in terms of the assessment criteria of who the course is good enough for, the reference there is to users. So how do we go about making that assessment?
Yeah, I mean, golf is quite unique really from a sporting perspective. I mean, for most sports, the condition is good, standard or poor, regardless of the user base, because it's all one and the same. But for golf, it can be very much dependent on the type of golfers accessing the course, what their preference is, and most important, it can be linked to the price point for access, because generally the better quality courses are more expensive and the worst quality courses are the least expensive. Given the target market of Blaby Golf Centre and the price point for access, I would say the quality is aligned, and therefore that it does meet the needs and expectations of users.
And within golf generally, is there a required standard that each course must meet in order to be considered to meet users' needs?
Not at recreational level, no. I mean, if you're looking at championship golf courses, then there would be expectations, but for just casual play, even most membership courses, there's no guidelines, there's no expectations.
And now, if it was a championship golf course, what effect would that have in terms of accessibility?
It would
price
be
points,
much more expensive to access.
And would, at a championship golf course, would one expect no dress code, for example?
There would be very much a dress code.
Or that one could just turn up and finish work, as we heard yesterday from a member of the public, call friends in the afternoon, turn up at the same time and go and play some golf on a sunny evening.
It wouldn't be happening, at least legally.
At least legally. I don't think, just for the record, I don't think my witness is encouraging trespass on golf courses to play unscheduled tee times. The second bullet point, is it fit for purpose? Do the facilities and ancillary facilities meet current standards of play for relevant sports at appropriate levels? Now, first of all, the Sporting England guidance is not specific to golf, is it?
Not at all, no.
And so when that bullet point looks to fit for purpose with reference to current standards of play for relevant sports at appropriate levels, what sort of test are you looking to apply for it being fit for purpose to the current standards of play for relevant sports?
Again, just ensuring that it is aligned to the price point for access and the type of users that will be accessing it.
And that the third bullet point that we see there in terms of looking at supply, the constraints of particular facilities, the areas of poor quality and how these are impacting on participation. Now, the sort of the headline point from the appellant is Blaby is a poor quality course and it has deficiencies. Firstly, do you agree with that?
Again, it's relative. I think if you are a high-level golfer with a low handicap, you might look at it and think it's not the best quality course. But if you are a casual player, a beginner player, a high handicap player, you will look at it and think this is perfect for me. It's everything I need.
And in terms again of thinking about Golf England's accessibility drive, what would be the effect of only restricting or only considering courses which are at that higher end, perhaps as advanced by the appellant, in terms of ensuring that the sport is accessible?
You would be basically making golf inaccessible to anybody that can't afford a £60 round or a £2,000 membership.
And is it solely about affordability, or is it about the standard that people play? We heard yesterday from a third party that Blaby's not an intimidating place to go and play golf for those new to the sport. How does that fit into looking at this issue around the constraints of particular facilities and how they impact on participation?
Yeah, so it's not just a financial aspect. If you were a beginner golfer that could afford to play a better quality course, you still wouldn't probably want to, because you aren't going to have the ability to play on a course that's 7,000 yards long with lots of hazards. So yeah, it is about ability as well as the financial aspect.
Thank you. Now, the second part of that bullet point is to assess whether poor quality or perceived poor quality is impacting on participation. Do you have this statement of common ground? Or could you get it up, CD 5.3?
Okay.
And I'd like you first to look at paragraph 7.42 on internal page 18, PDF 9, PDF 20. Internal 18, PDF 20.
Okay.
And it says there, it's agreed that paragraph 2.101, this is of the golf needs assessment, highlights that 24,000 rounds were played in 2024 at Blaby, and there are lower levels of demand for an 18-hole format at Blaby, with 2,000 bookings made in 2024. You see that?
Yeah.
Could you also pull up CD 5.6, which is interested party comments, and we heard yesterday from Councillor Hartshaw. Have you got that? And page 56 PDF. I don't think the pages are numbered internally.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Hartshaw yesterday set out the current levels of participation, and that he'd obtained those from going and discussing those with the business owner in response to questions from my learned friend, and as set out. And you can see at the bottom of page 56, Blaby Golf Centre is a business that is demonstrably growing. Green fee rounds on the golf course have increased year on year from 24,000 in 2024, that's the figure we just looked at, to 28,000 and 2,446 respectively in 2025, with a forecast of 32,000 and 2,700 in 2026. Do you see that? Firstly, do you have any reason, or do you take these figures as given?
There's nothing to suggest otherwise.
Therefore, when you take those figures and look back at that Sport England guidance and whether constraints of a facility are impacting on participation, do those figures indicate that there is any constraint that the course is posing in terms of participation figures?
No, I would suggest not, and I know from our needs assessment as well, we identified that the course stays open when a lot don't, and if it was closing during bad weather spells, for example, that would be a quality issue that's impacting on participation, but that doesn't appear to be the case for Blaby Golf Centre.
So is it having any effect in your view or not in terms of levels of participation?
No, not for its target market, no.
Thank you. To go back to the statement of common ground at CD 5.3 and paragraph 7.38. and we have there the figures for Enderby Golf Centre. 2024, 28,332, slightly below initial expectations due to wet weather in March and April, and a high percentage of users booking to play 9 holes. So how does participation compare across the two sites?
Similar. I think Enderby had more users of the standard hole course in 2024, which was the data our assessments were based on. But they're aligned relatively closely, and I think from what we know, Blaby Golf Centre has increased its demand since then. I'm not sure about Enderby. And yeah, as it says there, Enderby does close more so than Blaby Golf Centre, which is impacting on demand levels.
So in terms of how one goes to looking at meeting need, what is the relevance of the fact it's closed, particularly during winter spells? March and April in 24 it was closed, in terms of its resilience going forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably less able to meet need when there's wet weather spells, which, as we know, is quite common every year. So,
thank you. So, back to the Sport England guidance. And I'd like to go now to page 59, which is in the section on the assessment where you start to bring the information together.
what was the CD reference for
The CD 9.5 is the Sport England guidance.
Okay.
So you can see on page 56, PDF 58, we're at stage C now, assessing the information that you've obtained. And over the page on page 59, PDF 59, paper 57, there's a helpful, I'm not sure how you describe that colour, faded tangerine maybe. Building the picture, the 4 key elements, and quality there again is given. Are the facilities fit for purpose for the users? Do the facilities provide the level of play needed? And does the quality meet the users' expectations? So your view then, given the points we've already discussed of whether Blaby is satisfying those considerations?
For all 3 of those questions, I think the answer is definitely yes.
Now, I think from your answers before, it's fair to say that Enderby is also satisfying those questions. The numbers are relatively comparable. So where is the point of difference when it comes to this point of assessing meeting users' needs?
The point of difference is on the additional facilities that Blaby Golf Centre has to offer. I think in the statement that was read out earlier, it mentioned that the pitch input and adventure courses were accommodating around 28,000 users last year, which is a significant level of demand over and above what Enderby is catering for, because it doesn't have those facilities.
Thank you. So I'd like now to look at Mr. Smith's evidence, please. If you could get his proof of evidence up.
Yeah.
Starting with paragraph 2.32. Sorry, I misdirected you. I'm not sure we need the reference. I'll come back to it when I find it. But one of the criticisms that Mr. Smith makes of you is that you have this statement that quality and viability don't equate to need. And we'll come on to viability in a moment. But I'd just like you to explain what you mean by that statement, which does appear in your evidence.
In effect, I'm not saying that quality doesn't form part of the picture of need. It definitely does, as per the ANOG guidance. My point is that you can't just say that a site is poor quality or has quality issues and therefore it's not needed. In effect, poor quality can just be something that can be overcome to provide a better offering. It's not a reason to get rid of a site.
And then thinking about viability and the role that that plays, is there any policy requirement to consider the viability of a course?
No, viability isn't mentioned in the National Planning Policy Framework, and it's not mentioned in ANOG.
So notwithstanding that, if you could go back to the golf needs assessment. And PDF page 5, paper 3. Paragraph 1.8. You have that?
Yeah.
So this is in terms of setting the objectives and the outputs for the golf needs assessment. And the outputs listed include at the final output, financial viability and profit loss trends of existing sites, high level analysis as current and future viability does not determine need. So notwithstanding what you just said about no requirement in policy and no requirement in Sport England guidance, why did it form a part, if only a small part, of the golf needs assessment?
To be honest, that's probably a question better directed towards the council, because that was part of the brief for the work, in effect. That's not one for me to answer, really.
So the part then in brackets that says high-level analysis as current and future viability does not determine need, is that consistent or inconsistent with your answer previously about viability not being relevant?
The part in brackets is consistent.
Thank you. I'd like then to look, you cite a number of appeal decisions, and some of them are queried by Mr. Smith within your proof of how other inspectors have approached viability. If you could turn your proof up, please, at para 2.35.
Yeah.
Which references the witness decision. And the inspector's conclusion that you cite, whilst the appellant argues that the need for a facility cannot be separated from the issue of viability, I disagree. Whilst they are related, they are in my view distinct matters. Whilst there may be a need for a particular facility, it does not mean that it is viable. So how are you reading that, and how is it consistent or inconsistent with your position?
It's consistent. The inspector in that case is saying that the viability should be seen separately to the need.
And why should it be seen separately?
Because viability doesn't equate to need. A site can be unviable or theoretically unviable, but still be serving a need and is still required, and vice versa.
Do you have Mr. Smith's rebuttal?
I do.
Paragraph 3.6, where he cites from the Gatley Golf Club case. You have that?
Yeah.
The appellant's evidence, however, demonstrates that for several years before the club's decision to close membership in 2018, there had been a significant decline in subscription and green fees, leading to declining cash flow necessary for additional investment. I mean, just pausing there, thinking back to the figures that we've seen at Blaby Golf Course, is Blaby comparative with the description described there of Gatley on a factual basis? This is despite the club's status as a community amateur sport club, which meant it was exempt from paying VAT on membership, etc. The council has not challenged the appellant's evidence on viability of the club or advanced a case that it intended to compulsory purchase the site for golf. This is despite the officer's report acknowledging that the appeal site would have limited value other than as a golf course. So within those parts relied upon by Mr. Smith, and therefore I assume the parts that he thinks are most relevant, what reference to viability being a key part of the decision is made there?
No reference to it being a key part of the decision.
Thank you. Back to your proof then please at 2.37.
Yeah.
this now is looking towards how inspectors have dealt with the quality point. And you cite the Barrows Lane decision and the Noctorum playing fields decision. So starting with Barrows Lane, what assistance does that give this inspector in terms of how you should approach quality?
That it shouldn't be by itself a determinative factor, because in the Barrows Lane case, the site was completely unused. It had been left to be overgrown and couldn't be used as a playing field. So you can't really get worse quality than that. But that was deemed to be irrelevant, and it was more about what the quality could be rather than what it was.
So in terms then of how the inspector should come to look at Blaby Golf Centre, how does Barrows Lane assist him?
That quality shouldn't be seen as the overriding factor for need.
And so what else should he be factoring in if it's not just about assessing whether it's comparable to a championship golf course, but what else does he need to be considering?
Demand levels, the type of supply, the type of demand that it's catering for.
You then go on to cite the Noctorum playing fields case, where significant weight was given by the inspector to Sport England's objection, even though the site was no longer in active sporting use, reinforcing that the absence of use or quality does not equate to lack of need. The decisive issue was whether the site was surplus to requirements assessed through evidence of demand and provision rather than condition. So again, with reference then to demand and provision, what's the conclusion that you invite the inspector to make in terms of the surplus to requirements point for Blaby?
Using that case, it's all about demand levels rather than the quality of the site.
And so if one were to simply take Mr. Smith's approach, and we'll come to the specific details of it, of saying that there are better golf courses in terms of length or quality of the greens, would that be a complete or an incomplete assessment of whether or not one is assessing surplus to requirements?
Incomplete.
And you set out then at 2.39 the qualitative needs assessment point and 13 key points to support the loss of Blaby Golf Centre. Firstly, Blaby Golf Centre is a basic quality golf venue which sits at the bottom end of the quality spectrum, relevant or irrelevant to assessing whether it's surplus to requirements?
Irrelevant.
The UK golf venue sector experienced slow long-term decline between 2003 and 2019, then experienced a significant increase in golfer demand caused by COVID. Firstly, in terms of that sort of general statement in terms of decline between 2003 and 19, is that agreed or not?
That's agreed, yeah.
And then a significant increase in golfer demand caused by COVID. I'm assuming that's because you were allowed to play golf under the restrictions.
Yeah.
Again, agreed or not agreed?
Agreed. It doesn't point out the additional fact that the increase has been sustained since COVID, and COVID began 6 years ago now.
The point then, the third row, is that the point made by Mr. Smith that Enderby should be favoured over the loss of Blaby. The reason again being quality points and, as you highlight, inherent design weaknesses, and the financial support gained from the off-site use, from the other uses on the site, so the gym and the salon, etc. To what extent does that assist in the assessment under NPPF 104?
It doesn't, because that is mostly, if not entirely, about viability, and as we've just discussed, viability and need are very different things.
Again, I think the next point is to some extent already discussed. The argument that it's too short. How does that assist at all?
Again, it might be on the short side for a golf course, but that doesn't mean it's not needed. And again, you need to factor in the demand levels to identify whether it is serving a need or not. And in my opinion, based on the demand levels that exist, it is most definitely serving a need.
And then the reference that then the 9-hole pitch and putt course being given as very poor and extremely basic in Mr. Smith's view. But firstly, what role does the pitch and putt play in terms of meeting need? and what about the quality and how that plays into the assessment?
In terms of meeting need, both the pitch input course and the adventure course are very much set up for beginner golfers and as recreational facilities for example, families and younger children in particular. And again, the quality aspects is the same as it is for the standard hole course. They might not be the best quality, but the quality is aligned to the price point for access.
Skip over the next one and look at the Davidson's development, because we spent some time on it yesterday, and I think it's self-evident that when the Davidson scheme is built out, it will have an effect on how the course is configured at Blaby. The approach taken by the appellant is to say that once hole 1 has been impacted by Davidson's, it's like a house of cards, and the whole course becomes unplayable. What's your response to that?
I would say that it's unknown, its impact is unknown. It will affect how the course is played, but what effect that will have on demand levels, and therefore what effect that will have on need, can't really be judged until it's happened and it's known.
And in support of the appellant's case, there's a report by a Mr. Gaunt. Could you pull that up, please? Which is appended to the proof of evidence PDF, page 49 is the first page.
Okay.
And I'd like to go to section D, which is on paper page 12. If you're in the PDF of the appendix to Mr. Smith's evidence, it's PDF page 60.
Okay.
Which are the recommendations from Mr. Gaunt. And you'll see there, paragraph 38, the new first hole could be relocated onto the first and second holes of the 9-hole pitch and putt. There will be a par 3 of approximately 110, which would reduce the course length. By positioning the new first hole here would enable the playing of the 9-hole course to follow on readily from the existing second tee. You see that?
Yeah.
He then goes on to deal with encouraging players not to take the driver on the shorter course. And then at 40, the resulting course would still be 9 holes. And although the length and par would reduce, this may reduce the quality of the playing experience of the 9-hole course, and it may adversely impact its financial performance. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So firstly, when reading Mr. Gaunt's own conclusions, is he suggesting that it would be impossible to redesign the course to have a 9-hole playable course on site?
No, if anything, he's offering a solution as to how it would still be workable.
And now, it may, under his solution, so is there any evidence to suggest it is the only solution?
No.
So under the solution proposed by Mr. Gaunt, there may be a reduction in yardage. So if we take Mr. Gaunt's solution as being one that could be implemented, what consequence, given your understanding of need and demand, would it have on the success of Blaby?
Again, I think it can only be fully assessed once it's been done and a new supply and demand analysis is undertaken. My own opinion is that because the site is what it is currently and it is marketed towards who it's marketed towards currently, altering it in this way wouldn't have a discernible impact on demand levels, because the demand isn't the demand that is expecting an all singing, all dancing golf site.
So, as we set out in your introduction, you've done a number of golf assessments in numbers of local authorities, acted for a number of developers on their proposals. I think you play golf as well, so you're familiar with golf courses. It's £9.50 for a round currently at Blaby. If a course was to be introduced post Davidson's applying Mr Gaunt's recommendation, notwithstanding it's not the only potential solution, and the price point stayed at around £9.50. Are you getting a sort of £9.50 course, or do you think that's overpricing it for what's on offer?
I would say that's a very fair price for what's on offer.
Thank you.
And there's very little alternative within the catchment area anyway, so. Now,
one of the points raised by Mr Smith, in part in reliance on Mr Gaunt, is that Blaby is not an EIGA designed course, which is the European Institute of Golf Architects. Firstly, does a course have to be designed by a European Institute of Golf Architect designer in order to be playable?
No.
Does it have to be designed by a European Institute of Golf Architect in order to meet a need?
No.
Do the users of courses like Blaby pull into the car park and turn away when they find it's not designed by a European Institute of Golf Architects?
I can't imagine so, no.
So what relevance, if any, does it have on assessing need, demand or supply? That Blaby is not an EIGA designed course?
No relevance.
Thank you. Issues of safety, and you've read Mr Gaunt's report, and he raises, you've seen the cones of safety that are in there. Firstly, is there evidence currently that Blaby is an unsafe course in terms of reports, any reports that you've seen?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Given that Mr Gaunt makes recommendations of how one could redesign the course post-Davidson's, is it reasonable to assume he's factored in safety in making those recommendations?
I would imagine that would have formed part of his task, yeah.
And therefore, do you see safety as an issue which would prevent the course being playable post-Davidson's?
Not at this moment in time.
Mr Smith's proof, then, please. And paragraph 6.53.
Yeah.
Another substantial qualitative weakness, so that we can take from that word substantial that Mr Smith considers it to be very important, of Blaby Golf Centre, is that it is not affiliated to England Golf and thus has no official slope rating under the World Handicap System. So we've dealt with slope rating. What does affiliation with England Golf get you? What does it mean?
It can get you a slope rating. I wouldn't say the lack of affiliation is a quality issue. It's not a quality reason as to why it's not affiliated. It's not affiliated through choice.
Okay. Could you pull up CD 3.10, please? Before we look at the detail of 3.10, just on affiliation, you said it's not affiliated by choice. Does a course have to apply for affiliation, or is it a requirement to be affiliated?
No, it has to apply for affiliation.
So in terms of it being a playable course, is that affected by affiliation?
No.
In terms of supply, demand and meeting users' needs, is that affected by affiliation?
No. One of the things about affiliating is that the costs of affiliation are generally passed on to users, so if anything it helps keeps costs down.
And is there a shortage in Blaby of affiliated courses if somebody did want to go and pay extra and get a handicap qualifying round?
No.
CD 3.10 is an email from England Golf in response to the planning application. You see that?
Yeah.
And the second paragraph, England Golf would like to object to the redevelopment of the site into 200 residential dwellings. Blaby Golf Centre is only one of 5 clubs within the authority. There are no other comparable golf facilities in the area. It is worth noting that Blaby Golf Centre is an excellent accessible entry-level facility that offers adventure golf in a short course pitch and putt, of which there are appears there appears to be a relatively low level of supply. In our recent report that feeds into the new Blaby PPS update shows that Blaby Golf Centre plays an important part within the authority. We would expect applications to be supported by a golf needs assessment. So has affiliation, well firstly, what's England Golf's position in terms of the planning application? Does it support or object?
Objects.
Has affiliation played any role in England Golf's consideration of the planning application?
Not at all, no.
So therefore, in the national governing body's view, referenced multiple times within the ANOG guidance, is affiliation relevant or irrelevant to looking at how one assesses being surplus to requirements?
Irrelevant. It's not unusual for a facility like Blaby Golf Centre at the sort of entry level position not to be affiliated.
And that then goes on, within the local authority, average membership numbers at affiliated clubs is 576, which is 42% above the national averages, and dealing again there within the drive time catchment. Any point to be taken from that, or reference back to your previous answers with regard to general accessibility within Blaby?
No, it's aligned to the findings of the needs assessment. Mr. Smith's evidence again then, please. And this is again a point of contention between you on pathways and gateways into golf. So it's paper page 20, PDF 23. Are you there? What paragraph number?
So 6.6, well, it starts at 6.60.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Which is the pathways for beginners and casual players, i.e. that's the combination of facilities especially suited to introducing new people to golf. That's the council's position, and he considers that claim using his practical experience of how golfers actually enter and progress in the sport, and I compare Blaby Golf Centres off into the local opportunities. Firstly, my practical experiences versus Sports England's published position on accessibility to the sport. Which do you say the inspector should give more weight to, the national governing body or an individual preference?
The national governing body.
Thank you. 6.61, I strongly believe, that's Mr. Smith, that currently in England the primary gateway for new golfers is driving ranges and traditional practice grounds. I estimate using the 80-20 rule, pausing that, well, let's continue. 80-20 rule that 80% or more of new golfers start on a driving range or practice ground before they ever set foot on an outdoor golf course. A rule puts it quite high. Are you familiar with the 80-20 rule?
This is the first time I've come across it.
Have you seen it within any published guidance by by the national governing body or Sport England?
No, never.
Is there any evidence, therefore, to suggest that this 80% of new golfers start on a driving range is a rule?
No.
And therefore, what weight do you say the inspector should give to this 80-20 rule for how golfers start playing the sport?
No weight.
Would it be consistent or inconsistent with the Sport England position of broadening every single point of access into the sport and for all ages?
No. The England Golf position, not Sport England.
England Golf, sorry, forgive me. You're absolutely right, thank you. I want then to deal with some of the comparative points that Mr. Smith draws out with Enderby. So here's 6.71. And one of the points made, 6.74, is that Enderby forms part of a synergistic hub because it's located next to, for example, a gym and other facilities. Whilst earlier on, Mr. Smith, of course, criticises the golf at Blaby for being close to the on-site restaurant, a gym, and other facilities. What do you say the relevance is, or and the consistency is, of Mr. Smith's position with regards to this synergistic hub point?
Like you said, it's inconsistent because on the one hand he's saying that it's, I guess, a flaw of Blaby Golf Centre to be dependent on the supporting facilities, and then in this case is saying that Enderby, it's a good thing that it is. Ultimately, we've done a golf course needs assessment, so it can help golf provision being tied into other facilities, but it's definitely not an overriding point.
Thank you. Moving down then to 6.83. Well, so it starts at 6.80. Mr. Smith spoke to Enderby's resident golf professional. You see that?
Yeah.
Been in post for around 35 years. He mentioned everyone active committed to installing an indoor golf simulator in May, which would be consistent or inconsistent with Sport England's approach to broadening the access.
England Golf, and that would be
Golf.
consistent, yeah.
I'm still suffering with the historic English heritage, so I'll try to have it right probably by the end of the inquiry. How consistent is the reliance on a golf simulator being installed with Mr. Smith's 80-20 rule? That you need driving ranges. The driving ranges are where you start.
Yeah, I guess that would form part of the 20, not the 80.
We then go on to look at adventure golf, 6.82. That everyone active has explored having an adventure golf course on site. Is there currently an adventure golf course at Enderby?
Not at Enderby, no.
Is there one at Blaby?
There is, yeah.
He showed me an early design drawing for it. They'd previously costed the project at around 250,000, but they couldn't pursue it at the moment because of the contract, and they needed certainty of tenure to invest. He thought that an adventure golf course at Enderby Leisure Centre would be an ideal strategic fit, given its already popular sports and leisure hub, and the presence of young children and parents going to the site, primary target demographic for adventure golf. I agree with him. It would indeed be an excellent strategic fit. So on the one hand, Mr. Smith says it's irrelevant that Blaby has an existing and popular adventure golf course, but more weight should be given to the non-existent and unfunded adventure course at Enderby. How do you evaluate that approach?
It just seems strange because ultimately on the one hand it's being said that the adventure golf course isn't needed at Blaby or it's not relevant at Blaby, and then on the other hand we're saying that it is needed and is relevant at Enderby even though it doesn't actually exist yet.
So if we were to take Mr. Smith's strongly supportive statement here, an excellent strategic fit, if we take that to be Mr. Smith's actual position, that adventure golf is an important provision and it is an important access into the sport, and that is consistent with what Sport England have said, what's the effect then in terms of how one differentiates the importance between Blaby and Enderby? What's the outturn of all of that, the so what question?
We're saying that the adventure golf course that already exists at Blaby is needed.
Thank you. Golf professionals and the presence of one at Enderby and the absence of one at Blaby. Firstly, what does a golf professional do on a course?
They'll be paid to coach and to teach lessons.
Now there is a professional on site at Enderby and there isn't one on site at Blaby. How important for you is the distinction or the presence of a professional on site at courses such as Blaby and Enderby?
Not overly important. It's a supplementary offer, one you have to pay for. I don't think it has much bearing on need.
Is there an absence of courses with professionals within Blaby in the 20-minute drive time catchment?
No, all membership courses, I'd imagine, would have a professional on site.
And therefore, if Enderby were deemed to be the site surplus to requirements, what options would be available to entry-level golfers if they wanted to move to the next level and start having some coaching?
A significant one.
Thank you. quantitative analysis now, please, in your proof. Which starts at your 2.9. Now we might need to get into the weeds of some of the criticisms that you make of Lichfields and the criticism of Lichfields make of you. But overall, in terms of the conclusion that this Blaby and the 20-minute drive time could support the loss of one, which was your original overarching conclusion, is there agreement between you and the appellant that that is the case? I mean, it must be, because they're promoting development on one of them.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Right. So in terms of when one looks at the quantitative element of need, is there any distinction between you on that key overarching point?
No, we've just arrived there in different ways.
Right. So the first point on participation rates, and you set your points out at 2.10 and onwards. If you could please just summarise for the inspector the point you're driving at here in terms of how one looks at participation rates.
In effect, what Lichfields has done is create a model to determine whether there's enough facilities in the catchment area or within Blaby or not. But within that model, it hasn't differentiated between the types of golf courses. In effect, it assumes that all golf courses and all golf sites are equal, which isn't something that our golf needs assessment does. And as we discussed earlier, I think there's some flaws in their modelling and the calculations they've used. But as we've also just said, it hasn't changed anything in terms of the overall conclusion.
Thank you. And the next issue that you deal with, the next subheading down, page 8, projected future decline in golf participation in Blaby. Are you anticipating a future decline in golf participation in Blaby? No, not. I mean, it could happen, but I don't think there's a way to determine it, and I don't think the way they've determined it is fair or accurate. Well, what is the evidence that you rely on to say that you're not anticipating a drop in golf demand within Blaby?
It's tricky to assess, really, but ultimately we can only go off recent trends, which has been for a growth in golf participation. We can look at the work England Golf's doing to try and increase participation and the things it has in place to do that, and then just general population growth and meeting housing growth targets will likely result in increased demand.
Next point is the higher levels of demand for higher end membership based clubs in the district, and you say that there's no dispute about that in your 2.28, and I think that remains the case in the golf needs assessment. But notwithstanding that conclusion, does one just stop that assessment there and say, well, it's the higher end that we should be focusing on, or does one need to continue to look at the quantitative need for the lower end entry courses?
You need to continue to look at the lower end courses as well. Just because there's more need for the higher end courses doesn't mean that there's no need for the lower end courses. And ultimately access to the lower end courses can result in future increased demand for higher end courses as golfers improve and get more comfortable.
And I think we heard yesterday, and it's again set out in the golf needs assessment, that is Blaby exclusively used by beginners, or does it offer people that might want just a different form of the game, or a shorter game, or a convenience? How does it fit within the market, I suppose?
Yeah, it's not just beginners. It's well set up for beginners and casual players, but like we've touched on earlier, it's well used, I think, by people that are more in need of a quicker round of golf, so after work, and families based on the facilities that are in place there.
Thank you. The golf rebuttal then, please, and the Lichfields note there. which focuses on 3 issues of dispute that between you, the definition of the catchment area, I think we've touched upon, unless there's anything specific you wanted to draw out from the Lichfield criticism.
No, just to reiterate really that the catchment area, I think, doesn't make much sense in what they've done. I think you need to factor in both supply and demand across the catchment area, not just one.
Participation rates, I want to look at in a bit more detail. It deals with 3 issues: use of data on adult participants, definition of a regular golfer, and the methodology. As you set out in your what age range do you take into account?
All ages.
And is that the case in the golf needs assessment as well, or is that just in proof? Okay. What age range does Lichfields advocate through the use of the Sporting and Active Lives survey?
Just those aged 16 plus.
Now, in terms of how one looks at the target market of BGC and Blaby and Enderby, and the offers of the 2, what is the effect of only looking at those aged 16 plus?
Well, as we said, I think both courses are set up primarily for beginners, and I think most likely to be beginners are younger people. And then in particular, the adventure course and the pitch input course at Blaby will, I imagine, be very well used by children and those under 16, whether that's through themselves or via visiting with parents.
And so if one were to exclude those under 16, what would the effect be on the reliability of considering both the quantitative and also if it bled into the qualitative assessments?
Significant. You're discounting a large proportion of need.
The definition of regular golfers. Now, unbeknownst to you, unless you were watching on YouTube yesterday, we now have 3. We have the definition that you rely on, of playing twice a year, which comes from England Golf. The definition that Lichfields rely on, which is somebody that plays even more frequently. We had a member of the public yesterday in response to my learned friend, who I think said twice a month. So, which of those 3 are you relying on? The member of the public yesterday said twice a month, the national governing body's definition, or the Lichfields approach?
I mean, within our needs assessment, we've relied on England Golf. I think it's fair to use the national governing body's guidance when completing a needs assessment for the sport that they govern.
I suspect the answer is fairly clear given the introduction to all of this. But in terms of, so what? Given you and Lichfield ultimately agree that one side could be lost, are we talking about anything material in terms of quantitative consideration when one looks at regular golfers?
Not necessarily, no. I just think through Lichfield's use of only those age over 16, you're, as I said, discounting a lot of need for the facilities that Blaby Golf Centre has to offer. So I think under 16s do need to be factored in.
But when one then looks at the qualitative assessment and users' expectations, which we've gone through as the Sport England approach, what is the effect of looking at the user expectations of member of the public twice a month definition versus the national governing body's twice a year definition of where users' expectations may sit?
No impact.
And in terms of the numbers we've seen playing at Blaby and Enderby, is it in fact having an impact on the ground in terms of how regular people are playing?
Doesn't seem so, no.
Projection methodology. Which again relates to participation trends in the future, which I think we've already got your answer on. There's then reference to the England Golf Regular Data Golfer Demand Index and how available the data was for the assessment that was undertaken in the Golf Needs assessment. Firstly, in your experience of undertaking golf needs assessment, is it typical or is it atypical to rely on the England golf data that's given to you?
I wouldn't say we rely on it, but it's typical to use it.
And what role does it play?
It's just one tool, one model to inform the overall supply and demand assessment.
And now it's not released, it's not available. Why is that?
I mean, it could have been made available to be fair. It's just something that England Golf supplies to, as I said, inform the needs assessment, and what we present in the needs assessment is what it is.
Thank you. I think we can leave the Lichfield's rebuttal there. And those were my questions in chief. Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. I don't know if we would take a break before moving on to Cross.
Yeah, can I suggest 20-minute break? So we'll excuse me, we'll resume again at 11:10. So
Can I reiterate to Mr. Wright, who's now in the witness bubble, so you can talk to us about getting a sandwich, things like that, but not about any evidence. Thank you, sir.
I'm not a fan of having three of me.
Okay, so we'll continue then with cross-examination and Mr. Morrissey.
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I need to begin by asking you some questions about your position in relation to both the Council and England Golf. England Golf are an objector to this application, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've relied in your evidence in chief, I think most recently, on their objection. You referred to it in your evidence earlier, didn't you?
It was brought to my attention.
It was brought to your attention, yes. In your proof, please, at 1.7, you say, I am currently leading on the delivery of a national facility strategy for England Golf. This was secured following a competitive tender process. It's being produced in conjunction with the national governing body, seeks to develop a framework that documents the long-term vision for golf facilities in England, covering how England Golf can approach the protection and enhancement of existing provision, as well as the development and improvement of new and or alternative provision. In our appeal statement of case, we referred to a press release by your company which basically said that this was a significant contract award that you'd received, or maybe it was sizable, I can't remember, significant or sizable contract award, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Yes, good, all right. Now, that contract, I think, began, did it? It was announced in February 25, is that right?
That sounds about right, yes.
Yeah. It's still ongoing now, it's still running that contract now, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you told us in 1.7 that it seeks to develop a framework that documents the long-term vision for golf facilities in England, covering how England Golf can approach the protection and enhancement of existing provision. One element of protecting existing provision is presumably objecting to planning applications in respect of golf courses where they're proposed for some alternative use.
Where the evidence suggests that it should be protected, yes.
Right. Indeed, I think one of the objectives of the strategy that you're working with them on is to help them strengthen the robustness of their inputs into planning applications, correct?
Yeah.
Now, I'll come back to England Golf in a minute. Can I just understand the position in relation to the council, first of all? You obviously undertook the golf needs assessment, which we'll come to, and that's dated, isn't it, May 2025, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was sent to the council either that month or at the beginning of June. I think certainly by early June the council had your report, didn't they?
With it being dated May 2025,
Yeah.
They would have had it in May 2025.
They would have had it then, okay. Now, you will, I don't know whether you know this actually, but we've been seeking from the council over the last weeks and months disclosure of documentation related to the work that you did on the golf needs assessment, i.e. we wanted to know what inputs had come to you from the council in relation to that work. And belatedly, I think last week we got one document from the council, but much of what we wanted has been refused. I just wanted to ask you about this because if you look at your proof at 1.10, you say, and perhaps not surprisingly, that having led on that study, you liaised with the council throughout the process, ultimately producing the final document. So, as I understand this, your work started on this in about November 24?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. And the report was produced in May 25. And during that period, when you were producing the report, you were liaising regularly with the council, yes?
In terms of giving them updates as to where we've got to and the work that had been undertaken, yeah.
Were the council providing you with information for the purposes of your assessment?
No.
They didn't provide you with information, is that right?
They would provide us with information that we asked for,
Right.
maybe relating to Enderby, with it being a council-operated site.
Yes, okay, I thought you might say that, okay. We'll come to Enderby in a second, but I just wanted to ask you about this piece. Could we go to the golf need assessment itself, which is CD 8.6? And I'd like to go to 1.13. So you explain there, a project team from the council has worked with KKP to ensure all relevant information is readily available, so the project stages and milestones have been delivered on time. Together, the group has been responsible for the direction of the assessment from a strategic perspective and for supporting, checking and challenging its findings. So, I mean, obviously the case, no surprise, you were working with this team at the council to get information. They were providing you with information, that's what it says. They were giving you direction on the assessment, and they were checking and challenging your findings. So you were working very closely with the council throughout, including in terms of provision of information.
We would work that closely with any of our clients, yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you. Now, on the same page, 1.14 of that page, England Golf has also supported the project, providing club and course data where available and required. So you were also receiving information from England Golf?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And if you look at then perhaps 1.17 at the bottom of the page, talks about different golf facilities that England Golf define, and we'll come to that. If you jump forward a couple of pages to paragraph 1.28 and 1.29, so 1.28, last three lines, England Golf has also provided data relating to national and regional golf participation, enabling participation within Blaby, its catchment, and then linked to the above, England Golf has compiled a facilities report specific to the catchment area to inform the assessment. So there were multiple inputs of data, information, etc. From England Golf into your assessment, correct?
Yeah, the NGB, the National Governing Body, is a key source of information. Yeah. It would be wrong not to include something like that, or to ask for something like that.
Who were the individuals at England Golf that you were liaising with in writing the report?
The main point of liaison is, well, there's two people, David Clark and Gavin Anderson.
Thank you. I'll come back to that in a moment. In the document that we were disclosed last week, which is at CD 12.21, I don't know if we need to really look at it for now. I am going to come to it a bit later, but you signed, I think, the contract on the 27th of November 2024. The council didn't sign it until the 4th of June 25, which is after the report was provided. Do you know why that is?
That's not for me to answer.
No, you don't know. All right. Well, I can ask the council. I can ask the council's witness in relation to that. I just wanted to ask this, though, in relation to it. The Golf's need assessment was published online. I don't know whether you know this, by the council on the 17th of July 2025. Were you aware that's when they published it?
No, I wasn't aware that was the date.
Okay. Now, the Golf needs assessment, I think on its face, was directed at assisting, wasn't it, the local plan process? Was that right?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Thank you. But the timing of its provision and its release publicly was just before the planning committee for this decision, wasn't it? Which was the 31st of July.
Again, not entirely
you don't
sure
know
exact dates.
Okay, you don't know, that's fine. You knew, didn't you, when you were commissioned to do the golf assessment, and while you were working it up, you knew throughout that process that my client had plans to develop Blaby Golf Centre, because you refer to that, don't you, in the report explicitly?
Yeah, it's a key piece of information.
Yeah, and the planning application predated the you starting work on the report, so you knew about that. But you also knew, didn't you, and again it's explicitly referred to, that the council had its own plans to develop Enderby Golf Centre.
Yeah, again, it was a key piece of information.
Right, thank you. And those plans have been public, I think, again, since before you started work, correct?
As far as I know,
As
yeah.
far as you know. Thank you. So when you were advising and working with the council, I mean, you said to me a moment ago that you were particularly looking to them for information about Enderby because they owned it, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, we would ask all operators the same questions.
Yeah. And presumably that means you also asked the operators at Blaby for information, did you?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will return to that. You were provided with information then by the council about Enderby, but you knew that was in the context of them having aspirations to redevelop it, correct?
Yeah, because we knew, yeah.
Yeah, you knew. Now, in relation to England Golf, I just want to understand where this sits in relation to this application. Can I ask you to go to CD 3.28 first of all to understand Sport England's position?
What was that reference again? Sorry.
Sorry, CD 3.28.
Okay.
So this is the response that is issued by Sport England in relation to our application. So it's dated the 7th of August 2024, so some time ago now. And essentially what they say is that this application is outside their remit, correct?
Yeah, it's not a statutory consultee yet.
Well, they say the proposed does not fall within our statutory remit as set out by the order. They provided general advice as an aid to the council's assessment of the application. They do also then say, don't they, in relation to this, that they are going to refer the matter to England Golf. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's in August. That's in August 24, when they say they're going to send the material to England Golf. Could we then go to the England Golf response, which is CD 3.10, and that's what you looked at in your evidence in chief.
Yeah.
So this response, although they have the application referred to them by Sport England in August 24, we don't get an objection from them until May 25. So the very same month that your report is going to the council, correct?
Yeah, that is the same month, yeah.
That's the same month. And the person who sent this doesn't sign with a surname, David, but that will be, won't it, the David that you referred me to earlier, David Clark,
Yep.
that you were talking to in the course of your process. So, presumably your discussions with Golf England in relation, England Golf, in relation to the preparation of the report would have encompassed issues around the Blaby Golf Centre and our planning application, wouldn't they?
No.
You didn't talk to England Golf about that at all?
No, what we do with England Golf is we request their facilities report, which is then provided. We don't provide context around specific sites to them.
Okay. England Golf, who do object to this application, they are not a statutory consultee.
No, that's right.
And they're not, like Sport England, a government advisory body. They are the governing body of the sport. They are the advocate for the sport, aren't they?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, yeah. It is quite distracting. Now, in their objection letter, second paragraph, third line from the end, we would expect any application to be supported by a golf needs assessment. Our application was supported by a golf needs assessment that was submitted with the application in July 24. So we have to read from this, don't we, that they have failed to notice or read that we had submitted a golf need assessment, because they're saying we should submit one and we have. They just don't know, do they?
Another way to view that would be that they don't view the assessments that were provided to be needs assessments.
Well, that would be an extraordinary inference for you to draw. If England Golf thought that our golf assessment was defective in some way and required to be revised or updated, they would have said so. I'd suggest to you the only sensible inference to draw from this is they had no idea we'd submitted a golf needs assessment.
I can't speak on behalf of England Golf.
Well, let me put it to you this way. If I'm right about that they didn't even notice that we'd submitted one, that would reduce the weight one gives to this objection because they have not read the relevant documents.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yeah, that would be fair, yeah.
That would be fair. Fair enough. Now, in that last paragraph, the last substantive paragraph, they quote a number of figures and percentages, etc., about membership, etc., etc. I think all those come from your report to the council, don't they? I mean, they don't attribute them, but the figures match everything.
Well, that's because we get that information from England Golf. Right. That forms part of their facilities
report. So it's their information. You took it and put it in the report. They're replicating it here.
Yeah,
right?
Because that is the information.
Okay.
That's the factual information.
Understood. Right. So, the position is then that you were commissioned by the council to produce a golf need assessment, and you're now commissioned to give expert evidence of this inquiry by the council, yes?
That's right, yeah.
Part of the context for the assessments that you've undertaken is that the council has its own development aspirations for Enderby, correct?
Yes, they do, yeah.
And they inputted information and direction to your needs assessment that you carried out. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And England Golf are an objector to our application, and they are a company that you are working with in a large strategic contract.
Yep.
And you liaise closely with Golf England in the preparation of our assessment.
We got the facilities report from them, yeah.
Now, I mean, you understand, don't you, that an expert must avoid conflicts of interest, or even the appearance of conflicts of interest. Do you understand that that's a requirement?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you are, I think in your proof, you say at 1.13 that you've prepared your proof of evidence in accordance with the Code of Royal Town Planning Institute 2016. You're not, though, are you, a planner by qualification or RTPI?
No.
You're not a surveyor either, are you?
No.
So you're actually not bound by, are you, any professional code of conduct in relation to the giving of evidence?
Okay.
Is that correct?
As far as I know, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, I couldn't find a 2016 version of the code of conduct. I could only find a more recent version. But I don't really want to go into the detail of that. Do you know what it says about conflicts and how you deal with them?
No, but I'm sure you're about to tell me.
Well, I'm just interested to see that. Did you give any consideration when you were accepting this brief to whether there may or may not be a conflict in accordance with the code?
Yes, I'm not sure whether it's part of the documentation that was passed on to you by the council, but the council were informed of the England Golf work that was ongoing.
Right. Well, no, they haven't passed that on to us. But I'm not so much interested in that. I'm more interested in when you accepted the brief to appear as an independent witness at this inquiry, whether you gave any explicit consideration to whether the matters that we've been discussing gave rise to either a conflict or an appearance of conflict by reference to what the code says. And the answer must be no, I assume, because you don't know what's in the code about conflict.
But in my opinion, there isn't a conflict of interest.
But how do you judge that without knowing what is actually in the code about conflict?
Because I just know there isn't a conflict of interest. I know what the words conflict of interest mean, and there isn't one.
Okay. I'm going to move on from this, but can I just ask you a couple of other things in relation to it, please? Do you appreciate how, even if you think there is no conflict, and I hear what you say, you don't think there's a conflict, fair enough, can you understand how the appearance of a conflict might be given rise to by your connections to both England Golf as an objector and the council as someone who's provided you with information for your report and you have an interest in an alternative site? You can understand how that might appear, even if it isn't a conflict, to be a conflict.
Sorry, just before that question answered, my witness doesn't have an interest in the site. The question then was, you have an interest?
Well, his company have an interest in the...
I'm just curious, because we're going around the houses here on conflicts of interest.
Yeah.
The actual conflict that's being alleged is being put to my witness. So I don't know what
Well, there's two, well, I think it's quite strict, two conflicts. One is you're in a contract with England Golf, looking at them making robust making robust responses to planning applications, yes?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
England Golf aren't against the loss of any golfing sites. They
Right.
just want it to be robustly evidenced that a site can be lost. And if the implication is that we've said Blaby Golf Centre needs to be protected because of the work with England Golf, and that we would then say that all golf sites need protection, but that isn't the case, because in this exact report we've said that a golf course can be lost.
But you see, wouldn't it be a difficult position for you if you, when you were asked to give evidence at this inquiry, you didn't feel you were able to support that evidence, in a situation where England Golf were objecting to this application, and you've got a contract with them for the whole strategic way they look at planning applications? You see how that might give rise to the appearance of a conflict?
But as you pointed out, our report was produced before England Golf's objection.
Your evidence at this inquiry was produced afterwards.
But my evidence at this inquiry is just based on the needs assessment that we carried out.
No, because you've got a duty to this inquiry.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Now, I want to come back to one of those things in a moment, but I want to move on. So let's move on. Your role, you discussed, you led the golf needs assessment that the council instructed, correct?
Yeah.
When did you first visit Blaby Golf Centre?
I don't know the exact dates from the top of my head. I'd imagine it would be January, February time.
Of this year?
2025.
2025, so last year, so after you were instructed to do the report?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And was that the same for Enderby?
Yeah, all sites in the catchment area were assessed during the same fortnight.
And we heard you're a golfer. We know Mr. Smith's played both courses. When did you play? Have you played the courses?
I haven't played them, no.
You haven't played them. Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of the scope of your evidence, if we can move on to that, I want to understand the scope of your evidence. So paragraph 1.11. In this proof of evidence, I provide context in relation to the golf needs assessment, explain why its findings are robust and of the utmost relevance to the application. I then further assess the development proposals against the findings of the study, as well as planning policy requirements. Consideration throughout is also given to alternative assessments that have been produced by the appellant. So am I to understand that you are covering all golf-related matters for the council, or is it just golf need?
Just golf need.
Just golf need. Well, the reason I ask that is if you look at the reason for refusal, so I don't know, the best place to find that is probably if you go in the core documents to core document 4.3 and go to the second page.
Okay.
So it says significant deficit in the recreational provision, losses particularly impactful as the facility prioritises resilient, adaptable amenities that support foundational participation and beginner pathways, crucial to the future-proofing golf provision of the area. All of that is within the scope of your evidence, is that right?
It's all related to need,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. And then it says, this is contrary to CS15 and paragraph 103. It means 104, but of the MPPF. So you're not, we know you're not a planner or surveyor, but you are covering, are you, the policy matters in relation to golf as well, because you do tell us in 1.8 of your proof, you say, given the nature of my work, I would be regarded as having expert knowledge of planning policy relating to golf facilities. Is that right?
Yeah, that's fair, yeah.
Right. So you're not a planner, but you say that you would be regarded as an expert on planning policy. So you are covering planning policy in relation to golf.
Yes.
Right. Good. Now, just on this, policy CS15, that's not a policy that you deal with in your proof. And indeed, it's agreed between ourselves and the council, isn't it, that it's out of date and carries very little weight.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah. Thank you. So instead, we are focusing on paragraph 104 of the MPPF. Is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Right. So we'll look at paragraph 104 in a moment. In terms of the MPPF then, your evidence does make reference to the MPPF in various places, as I think does in a couple of places the golf needs assessment as well, at least a couple of mentions of it. If you go to your proof at 1.4, sorry, that's not right. Just give me one moment. I just wanted to look at. Oh, it's in your. Actually, no, I think we better go to the, can we go to the golf needs assessment, actually? Let's do that. So at CD 8.6.
Yeah, I've got that open.
Okay. So what I wanted to do is, could you go to paragraph 1.4 in that document?
Yeah.
Now you set out there, don't you, the three sort of sub-points that form paragraph 104 of the MPPF. So you say as part of this particular consideration that's been given to paragraph 104, which states that existing open space, sports and recreational buildings and land should not be built on unless. And then the two relevant ones for us are A and B. Assessment's been undertaken which clearly shows the open space buildings or land to be surplus to requirements, which I assume means not needed. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And your evidence obviously clearly covers that topic, yes? That's. Or, so that's a complete alternative, or the loss resulting from the proposed development would be replaced by equivalent or better provision in terms of quantity and quality in a suitable location. Now, that involves a comparison of the golf facility that would be lost as against the public open space and sports facilities that we're providing as part of the application. Is that subcategory outside the scope of your evidence?
Not if plans were proposed that were replacing what is to be lost.
Well, we are proposing not golf provision, but we are proposing a large amount of a public open space, including a football pitch, which the council's sports officer has indicated that there's a need for. And we are making the argument that we are compliant in the alternative to A with B, i.e. that what we provide is an alternative.
It's not, that's not equivalent though, is it?
Well, you see, that's why I want to have a debate with you. What do you first of all, though, I need to understand this. Are you giving the evidence on this? That's what I need to know first of all.
The needs assessment that we carried out didn't factor that in because, as I touched on during examination, Chief, the needs assessment was for Blaby District as a whole. It wasn't towards a particular development or particular site.
No, but I just want to understand what I understand for the purposes of the KKP report that that's your position, but for the purposes of this inquiry, I think it's been very clear that we have made the argument that what we're providing is equivalent. There's a whole load of case law about that, and I just need to understand, is that a topic that you're covering, or is it a topic that's being covered by Mr. Baker Adams, or is it perhaps between you?
Perhaps I can assist.
Go on.
It doesn't feature in the written evidence from Mr. Wright. It does feature in the written evidence from Mr. Baker Adams. They are absolutely legitimate questions, and they are issues that we're going to have to dig into.
Okay. All right. Well, can I then just I'll take that point, so that's fine. But what I want to understand is we're about to turn to this debate about where quality fits in relation to need, yes, which is something you've already covered in evidence in chief. But accepting that perhaps the position is that you're not dealing with paragraph 104B, which requires a comparison of whether provision that's being removed is equivalent or better to provision that's being provided, right? Now, that's outside the scope of your evidence. I don't want to go into the detail of it. But if one's looking at what the quality is of the existing facility, yes, the existing facility, that's a matter that we may have to discuss, isn't it? Because it's going to be relevant to that consideration down the line. And I'm not sure Mr. Baker Adams is going to be able to give us evidence, is he, about the quality of the existing golf facility at Blaby?
Okay, so what's the question, sorry?
All right. Well, I just want to understand, you're okay to answer questions about quality from a perspective of they may feed into that part of the test, even though you're not applying it, yes?
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine,
Yeah.
good. So can we just turn to this issue about quality? So when you say in your proof at 2.32, you say the qualitative golf needs assessment relies substantially on the quality and viability of Blaby Golf Centre. However, this is not relevant, and a large proportion of the document should therefore not be considered as part of the planning process. Neither quality nor viability equate to need, and conversely, need does not result in viability or good quality. So I just wanted to ask you about that. First of all, does that remain fully your position?
In terms of viability, it does.
Okay, yeah.
Because viability isn't relevant to need. Quality, I would soften the wording, is relevant to need. It does need to factor into the picture, the wider picture, as one aspect of it.
Okay. Well, that should shortcut a few pages of my notes for sure. And I can perhaps in a moment come to one or two tiny aspects of that. But viability I'll park for now, if you don't mind. We'll come back to that in a little bit later on. But if we look at your, if you go to your page 10 and 11 of your proof, and you ran through this in chief, you run through the 13 points that were made in Mr. Smith's statement that came with the appeal statement. And you say the majority of these, to a lesser or greater extent, pertain to either viability or quality. And then for a large number of these points that you ran through in chief, you dismiss the point because they're points about quality which are not relevant to need. So for example, take the last one, which I'll come to in more detail, Davidson's. The whole point is based on the quality and viability impact of the proposal, not need. But you accept now, don't you, that quality is an aspect that's relevant to need?
Yeah, it is an aspect. Right. The difference is that within the qualitative report, quality is seen as the overriding factor in impacting on need, which definitely isn't the case.
But if we come to, at the end of this inquiry, examine the competing evidence on quality as an aspect of need, that's been very comprehensively dealt with, if you say, by Mr. Smith, hasn't it, in his documents, correct? He's gone through issues of quality at some length. You may not agree with him, but he has done that, yes?
It's a report based on quality, so yes.
Whereas your proof says very little on the topic of quality, correct?
The proof, yes, yeah.
Yes, okay. So, I mean, for example, if we go to Mr. Smith's proof, please, at page 14. He has set out, and I give these only as examples, and without necessarily engaging in all the detail at this point, although I will have to come back to some of it, but paragraph 10, and by the way, just for context, what he's doing here is he's summarising, isn't he? It starts over on page 12. He's summarising the points that are made by Mr. Gaunt in his report. And I just want to take a couple of examples. So paragraph 10, the existing course cannot be considered to be of high quality. 11, level of construction and maintenance and playing quality cannot be considered to be high quality. There's a safety issue raised about hole 8. And then at 13, It says other holes are routed or adjacent to external boundaries, give cause for concern in terms of safety risk. And then he says this, which you touched on in chief: no qualified, i.e. GCA architect, would design a golf course in the current configuration. Now, I take your point, a golf course doesn't have to be designed by such an architect. But he's making that point, isn't he, in the context of having raised what he believes are safety concerns about the current course. That's why he's saying no such architect would design such a course, yes?
Yes, and
Yes.
but this, my overarching point is, like, all these paragraphs, they might all be factual, but none of that means that the course isn't needed.
No, but it is relevant to any qualitative assessment of need, isn't it?
It's relative to quality, but it's not overly relevant to need.
Well, okay, I mean, let's look at that. We've agreed, haven't we already, that quality is relevant to need to some degree.
Quality needs to feed into the overall need picture.
Well, okay, let's go to the, can we go to the MPPF, please, to start with, CD 9.1. I'd like you to go to paragraph, first of all, to paragraph 103, which is not the paragraph, well, it is the paragraph that's cited in the reason for refusal, but it's not the one that was intended to be cited in the reason for refusal. But I want to go to 103, first of all, and then we can look at 100 and 104. If we need to, we've probably already covered 104, but 103 says access to a network of high quality open spaces, opportunities for sport and physical activity is important to health. Planning policies should be based on robust and up-to-date assessments of the need for open space sport and recreation facilities, including quantitative or qualitative deficits or surpluses and opportunities for new provision. Now, this is dealing with assessments for the purposes of local plans, which of course your assessment for the council is such a document, isn't it?
That's
yes.
right, yeah.
And that's a very clear indication the government is saying that for need for sports facilities, including golf, one needs to have a quantitative and qualitative assessment. Is that right?
In terms of dealing with deficits and surpluses, yes, so that's identifying where quality can be improved.
Okay.
It's not saying that if something isn't good quality that it's not needed.
No, but I need to try and sort of slightly unpick this with you because I'm not sure I've entirely grasped where you sit on this. Quality is an aspect that has to be considered as part of a need assessment. We agree that, don't we?
Yeah.
And I mean, we agree it because, for example, as has been pointed out by Mr. Smith in his rebuttal, the guidance from Sport England, the ANOG guidance, makes multiple references to quality, and that's telling you how to do a needs assessment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And indeed, your KKP report, the KKP report that you wrote for the council, does mention in at least a handful of places issues around quality, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
So we know quality is relevant, and what's also relevant is not just quantitative need, but qualitative need, correct?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Now, what I want to just come to is that I know if you're looking at the MPPF still, 104B, I know you're not dealing with B, but insofar as that requires evidence about the quality of the existing provision for golf, the evidence the inspector will have on that in due course will be Mr. Smith's evidence, which has gone into quality in quite some detail, as against your evidence, which it's fair to say has not gone into quality in anything like the same level of detail, correct?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. Okay. Right, so I'm going to skip over the stuff that I was going to ask you about need, given where we've got to. There are a handful of other things I wanted to ask you about just on this issue of quality and where it fits in. First of all, can we go to CD 12.21? this is the document that was disclosed to us last week in relation to your work for the council. And I'd like you to go to electronic page 12, please. Is that right? No, electronic page 14, sorry, page 14.
Okay.
And if you look at, so this is effectively this is the contract that you signed, isn't it, with the council for the production of the report. And if you go to page 14, the purpose of the study is set out, and purpose A is identify the quantitative and qualitative needs for golf facilities in the district up to 2041, setting out appropriate strategies to meet any identified needs, having regard to provision in surrounding districts. So you were specifically directed by the council to look at quantitative and qualitative needs in the work that you did, yes?
Yes, but whenever qualitative needs is identified or referenced, that is much more so around identifying quality deficiencies and surpluses and how they can be overcome. So that's about improving quality rather than saying poor quality facilities aren't needed.
Yeah. So, I mean, is there a specific section of the report that you wrote for the council that we should go to look at what your conclusions were on qualitative need?
No, I mean, there's a quality section within the report that sets out why quality for golf is nuanced and why it doesn't necessarily factor into the supply and demand picture as much as other aspects. But it does identify where quality issues exist and where they could be overcome.
So, I mean, in fairness then, I think, consistent with what you said to me all along, your report was more focused on quantitative need, wasn't it?
In terms of the actual needs assessment, the needs analysis, the quantity side of things, both supply and demand factored in, so more so than quality, yes.
Yeah. And then while we're in this document, just to note, I think you picked up this in chief by reference to your own report, that the council specifically asked you, didn't they, at sea, to analyse financial viability and profit loss trends of existing sites. Yes?
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to ask Mr Baker Adams rather than you why they wanted to know that, because I know your view, and I'll come back to viability a bit later on. But okay, thank you. So, second, I wonder if you could just take up just a second point I want to just deal with on quality and needs that we need to cover. Can you go to Mr Smith's rebuttal, please? At 2.10 to 2.11. So 2.10, he says, in my view, there's a logical distinction between need and demand for a golf venue. A golf venue is not, if not physically fit for purpose, and which cannot reasonably be made fit for purpose, i.e. it's in a fundamentally poor in inherent course design quality or compromised by a recently granted planning permission, can still be surplus to requirements if golf needs terms on the ground of significantly poor quality, even though there might be significant local golfer demand for a particular type of golf venue. Now, I ask you this not about our specific case, but as a matter of generality. Do you agree with that comment, that there could be a need for a golf facility, but it could be so inherently poor that there is no demand for it? Do you accept as a matter of principle that that's correct?
In principle, that could be correct, but that's not the case here because
I understand.
There is demand.
I understand that's your position, yes, thank you. And then 2.11, the concluding assessment of needs under stage C of the ANOG framework comes about after analysing under stage B both golf venue supply, which includes the topics of quality and accessibility, and local golfer demand. If the matter was solely about demand, we would only be preparing a golf demand assessment rather than a golf needs assessment. The two are different. And again, without looking at the facts of our case for now, do you agree with that as a matter of generality?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Now, I want to then turn to, I think, the third and sort of final thing I think about this debate that we're having on quality and where it fits into to need before I turn to viability. Can you look at your proof, please, at 2.5, which you read out in chief?
Yeah.
So the outcome of your golf needs assessment that you undertook for the council concludes that the loss of one of either Blaby or Enderby could be supported, but not both, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So just to be clear, in need terms, one could put it this way, could you? That there would be a need for one, but not both.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And if we understand why you're saying it is that one of these two could be lost, the context is, I mean, first of all, in terms of general provision for golf, you're 2.7 on the same page. I think it's 2.7, actually maybe not there, but you accept, don't you, that there is, first of all, quite a number of golf clubs, golf facilities within this general area. As a matter of generality, there are a number of golf clubs, yes. Yeah. They're quite well provided for in terms of golf, yeah. So I think what you say is that there is effectively good accessibility to golf generally in this area.
With the number of sites, yes.
With the number of sites, yeah. And of course, I think you also recognise in evidence in chief that there's the higher demand comes from the higher end membership type.
Membership, yeah.
Yeah. But in coming to this conclusion that one of either Blaby or Enderby could go, the reason that you've reached that conclusion, as I understand it, is that you effectively say, well, if you look at your first quoted paragraph under 2.5, you say, fourth line down, this is especially the case, given they are both located in Blaby and relatively close to each other. So the points I picked up from this were, first of all, these two types of facilities, they're both in Blaby, yeah, Enderby and Blaby Golf. They're both close to each other, about a 9-minute drive, yeah? Yeah, correct. And I think what you're saying is their offer is broadly similar in this way. They're predominantly pay and play at the cheaper end, informal and accessible.
That they meet a similar demand base.
They meet a similar demand base. Similar demand base. Right, thank you. And then, obviously, the view we know that you express, and I'll come to in that second paragraph, is you take the view that the need for the former, which is Blaby, could be said to be higher than Enderby, and I'll come to your reasons on that in due course. But if the need case is such that the loss of one of these two sites is justifiable, do you agree with me that there is a planning judgment that must inevitably be made about which to protect and which should go?
Yeah, that's what the conclusion is outlining, really.
Yeah. So you've reached your conclusion, but I mean, as we stand here at this inquiry today, the planning authority is the inspector, and the inspector has a planning judgment to make about whether to uphold the council's second reason for refusal to protect this golf facility or to not protect it. Yes, that's the decision the inspector's got.
My understanding, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I mean, that inevitably involves, doesn't it, as I think you accepted in your evidence in chief, a comparative exercise in terms of looking at those two facilities.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, in your conclusion, can we just pick up why here you say Blaby could be said to have a stronger need case than Enderby? And I'm not going to go into the detail now, but I want to pick it up at the beginning. So it says it provides a par 3 course and a miniature adventure course in addition to its standard hole offering. This helps create a clear pathway at the site and in the region that would be lost without its presence, Furthermore, it has a higher user base in terms of membership and has undergone recent investment to improve the facilities. So I just want to identify these items now so we can come back to them in due course. The first thing you said, of course, is that it's got a par 3 course, which is in fact wrong, isn't it? It's not a par 3 course.
It's a par 3 pitch and putt course.
Well, it's not a par 3 course, is it? As met by the definition in the... Correct?
We can call it a pitch and putt course, yeah.
Well, we've agreed in the statement of common ground that it's not a par 3 course, haven't we?
That's why I'm saying we can call it a pitch and putt course.
Right, so that was... I'll come back to how that feeds into your report in due course, but that was wrong. You then refer to the miniature adventure golf course, the standard hole offering, and we'll come to all of those elements. The pathway, which obviously we have to come to. Higher user base in terms of membership, so that's another factor that you've pulled out, yes? So we need to come to that in due course. And then also, has undergone recent investment to improve the facilities. I mean, that's a quality matter, isn't it? You're relying on the fact that it's been improved, yes?
Yeah, because quality does feed into it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, you mentioned there's been recent investment in the facilities in Blaby, and I think you set this out. If you go back to paragraph 2.4 of your proof, third bullet, you refer here to the crazy golf course provided at Blaby, and this has recently received investment. And it says, with the intention to create a full pathway for junior beginner golfers. Now, I'll come back to this intention later on. But what's the source of your information on the recent investments that were made?
That will have come from consultation with the operator.
Right, so that was speaking to the golf tenant. Yeah, okay. And so what information, do you know what information you were given by the golf tenant about what was done? And I think you're specifically talking about the crazy golf. So what investment, how much, when? Do you have...
Not off the top of my head.
No. Well, the councillor who spoke yesterday suggested we were talking about £50,000 spent on the adventure golf facility in 2019. Is that what you were told?
It would have been something along those lines.
Right, okay. And then the other investment that was referred to was the development of the cafe, yeah? And then I think the only other thing that was mentioned was an extension of the car park by the councillor. Did you know about that one, or was that factored into your...
Again, I can't remember the specifics.
No, okay. So you're not aware of any other investment beyond those things that was undertaken?
Not from memory, no.
No, okay. So again, in your paragraph 2.4, in the 7th bullet, when you talk about the bar and restaurant having undergone recent refurbishment, again, the source of your information is, again, will be the operator.
Yeah, and just from the site visit, it's
yeah, okay. And I mean, that cafe is an attractor of trips in its own right, isn't it? People go just to the cafe, don't they?
from what we were told, yeah.
Yeah, okay. If you look, your view, as I understand it, is that it is right that when we look at Blaby and its merits and demerits, we don't just look at the sort of pure golf offering. It's relevant for us to consider, I think certainly the cafe, for example, as part of its overall offering. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's referenced in ANOG to factor in the ancillary offerings.
And if we do that, then we'll come to the detail of it, but the same must be true of Enderby. We have to look at its wider offer, yes? Correct? Yeah. And I think you do say in your proof, I think it's at 2.3, so just above where you set off on this, you say at the end of 2.3, it's very much a venue that appeals to families and all generations. You see that, yeah. Did you obtain, and do we have any evidence on the ages of those people who play golf or access the facilities at Blaby versus Enderby? Do you have an age breakdown?
Not in terms of the user base, no.
Okay, fine. And then In your proof at 2.6, again in your summary of the assessment and your quote from the assessment, you say in that paragraph we looked at a moment, Enderby Golf Course, let's just have a look. So yes, 2.6, you say, in that regard, Enderby Golf Course is said to be more suitable for loss given the wider facilities available at Blaby Golf Centre. Blaby Golf Centre provides a standard hole course, pitch and putt, and an adventure golf course, as well as ample ancillary facility offerings. So that would be the cafe, for example. Yes. Whilst Enderby Golf Course has a standalone 9-hole course only. So just to note there, we'll come to the detail, you don't consider, do you, any of the other sports offering that exists at Enderby?
Well, no, because that paragraph's in relation to the golf provision, the standard hole course, the pitch and putt course, and the adventure golf course, whereas Enderby has only the 9-hole course.
Well, no, because you add as well as ample ancillary facility offering.
That's why it's as well as rather than another and.
Yeah, but it's a straight point, Mr. Wright. You've taken that into account on Blaby, but you don't take it into account on Enderby because you make no mention of its other facilities, do you? Wider sporting facilities, etc.
No, but again, the focus of that sentence is on the golf provision, not on any other sporting provision.
I think it's a straightforward question. You've taken into account other ancillary facility offering at Blaby. You've not taken it into account at Enderby in your proof, correct?
In terms of the ancillary facilities, there is reference to the ancillary facilities at Blaby and not at Enderby. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, now, where are we? That's the main issues around where quality fits in. I just want to turn to viability.
Can I mention one more thing on quality before you move on?
I guess so. Is it an answer to my question? But I'll go on. Might as well have it out. And
the main reason why quality shouldn't be the determining factor when it comes to need is that if we're saying that poor quality facilities can be lost, that just gives licence to any operator to run their facilities into the ground if they wanted development, and it would set a pretty dangerous precedent, I think, if that was the case.
Okay. I thought you'd try and say that at some point. So I'm glad it came out now.
Get it in there
so that I can tackle you on it. I mean, just two things on it. I mean, first of all, factually, that is not this case at all. That's not what.
I'm not saying that is the case here. No.
Okay, so that's not what this case is about. Okay, but you're making it as a point of principle about the dangers of paying too much regard to the quality issue. But again, I come back to I'm struggling a little bit about how quality fits in here because this case has a very specific context. We agree one of Enderby and Blaby can go in need terms, and therefore we agree it's relevant to do a comparative exercise between them, yes?
Yeah.
And in that exercise, quality must be relevant, mustn't it?
As one factor, yes.
As one factor, all right, fine. Okay, now viability, please. In your proof, 2.33 and 2.44, you set out your position that viability is not specifically referred to in the MPPF or the Sport England guidance, which I don't think is in dispute. And then at 2.34, you say the reason viability is not relevant is because a site can be needed from a demand perspective, but be unviable, in which case it cannot be said to be surplus to requirements, while a site could theoretically be viable from an operational perspective, but not necessarily needed, at which point it could be said to be surplus to requirements. And then you say, community use of sports facilities is often not commercially profitable, particularly at grassroots level, and if this was an adequate test of need, then a significant proportion of provision would become developable. A good example of this is in relation to public swimming pools, with Sport England recently investing in a number of sites in an attempt to keep them operational. We've agreed, haven't we, that quality is a relevant factor now in need, yes? There is a link, isn't there, or at least a potential link, between quality and viability?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, for example, if you had a course that had some really unresolvable quality issue, it was too small, it couldn't be expanded, There was a risk with balls flying around. People didn't like playing it because it was dangerous. If you had that kind of unresolvable quality issue, that could lead you into viability issues, couldn't it?
If that was the case.
If that was the case, yeah. Now, you refer to the fact that community sports facilities, for example, public swimming pools, often aren't commercially profitable. They're unviable, but they're kept going by public authority funding. Blaby, though, unlike Enderby, is privately run, isn't it, for profit?
Yes.
Yeah. So the public facility here is Enderby, not Blaby.
Yeah.
Right. And then in paragraph 2.36 of your proof, in paragraph 2.36, you say in the last 3 lines, in reality, you say, deficiencies in quality are a matter for investment and improvement, not a justification for loss where a need or provision remains. Now, I think that's quite similar to the point that you volunteered a moment ago, but if a quality issue is irresolvable, as we've just discussed, if a course is too small or not safe, that's not something that can be improved by investment, is it? There are limits sometimes to what can be done.
Again, if that was the case.
If that was the case, yeah, we'll come to that. And even if the issue is technically resolvable, so you can sort out the quality issue or the safety issue, if that's what it is that's causing you a problem, if you're a private commercial operator, you've got to make that work financially, haven't you?
Yeah.
So if the investment level's too high for what it would cost to sort this problem versus what you get back, people are not going to invest, are they?
No.
And if you're deciding as a commercial operator whether I'm going to invest in improving my course and dealing with the quality problems, a relevant consideration for me would be how much time do I have left on my lease, correct?
Yeah.
It would also be relevant to me, am I liable to eviction for the purposes of development? I.e., does the lease say, if the site's redeveloped, I have to leave? That would be relevant, wouldn't it?
Relevant to viability, yeah.
Well, relevant to investment decisions, for sure, yes. Okay. If you then look, please, at Mr. Smith's proof of paragraph 4.12, first of all. Yeah, 4.12 on page 7. He says an important factor limiting investment in Blaby Golf Centre is the land tenure situation. The tenant operator leases the site and is now, as of now, the lease has about 13 years left to remain with a landlord's early break clause for redevelopment. So that's your understanding, that's not disputed, is it? That's the contractual arrangement that exists, yes?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you. And then he says that this relatively short remaining term, combined with the knowledge that the landlord intends to allow part of the course to be redeveloped for housing soon, that's the Davidson's site, means there's little incentive for the tenant operator to invest heavily in improving the golf facilities. In general, short lease terms and development break clauses create uncertainty that deters capital investment in quality improvements at golf courses because tenant operators cannot be confident of their long-term financial returns. And again, it's a matter of principle. That must be right, mustn't it? That your security affects your investment decisions.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against that.
Not arguing against that. And of course, the presence of a break clause in Blaby is not theoretical here, is it, as Mr. Smith tells at 4.14, because it's already been exercised in relation to part of the course in relation to the Davidson scheme, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, if you look at the same page, Mr. Smith, just higher up the page, 4.8, he says, a 2009 planning statement by the tenant operator supporting a change of use application from the former driving range building openly acknowledged the golf range side of Blaby has for a number of years been underused, losing money. The subletting of the units has provided much needed revenue to the club in order to reverse the loss. The further subletting of the additional units marked proposed in the plan will further increase revenue, as will the additional revenue generated by subletting of a few of the storage containers in the grounds of the main compound. With its prominent location, it's essential the site is viable to secure its long-term future. And then Mr. Smith says, In other words, faced with declining income from golf, the tenant operator repurposed the range buildings into rentable commercial units. What that suggests is, if we were just looking at the golf offer, and certainly the position at 2009 on the golf operator's own statement, the golf's not viable without the other uses, is it?
That was 17 years ago.
Yeah, 17 years ago, yeah. And is there any up-to-date evidence that the position is any different? Have you seen the accounts of the operator?
No, but it's Mr.
No.
Smith.
No, because we can't get access to them. So suppose that position remains the same, and we have no idea. I mean, certainly all those other facilities are there. The cafe's grown. What that would point us to, if that's still the position, is that the golf itself is unviable. Now, you would say it's irrelevant, but that would be the position.
It's impossible to say without knowing, but at the same time, again, viability isn't relevant.
Well, we'll come to that in a moment, but you also mentioned, don't you, when you talk about viability, public funding, but you're not suggesting there is any public funding available for Blaby.
That was just one example of a facility that can be unviable but still needed.
Because, I mean, Blaby's, as we discussed, I think you discussed with Mr. Robson, it's not even affiliated with England Golf, is it, at the moment?
No.
Now, just come back to this. There's a planning decision to be made here about whether to protect Blaby or Enderby. Now, that decision needs to be made because we're agreed, aren't we, that we can tolerate the loss of one, but not both, yes?
Yep.
So, suppose the inspector were to decide to refuse this planning application, thereby protecting Blaby, and in future Enderby is granted permission. Surely it's quite important for us to understand here and now today whether this site is viable. Because if it's not viable, we could end up in a situation 5 years down the line of no Enderby, no Blaby, correct?
But that doesn't mean that it wouldn't be needed.
Well, hang on a minute. We're talking now about viability.
But viability isn't relevant.
Well, but it is relevant to the point I've just put to you. So let's try again. You and I agree, point one, that the needs case shows one of these two facilities may be lost. Mm-hmm. Point two, you and I agree that both of them cannot be lost, because if both of them are lost, that would be detrimental, correct?
Yeah.
Thirdly, the issue the inspector has to decide here is whether protection should be afforded to this golf course, correct? Blaby.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the inspector were to refuse permission on reason for refusal 2, he would be protecting Blaby for future golf use, correct? Yeah. But in that event, if Enderby were then permitted, and if Blaby turns out not to be viable, you'd end up with no golf courses. So that's the conclusion you and I want to avoid, isn't it? We don't want that.
But the same could be said the other way around.
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, the same could be said the other way around, but do you accept it must be relevant if we are talking about which of two golf facilities should be protected to understand whether if we protect one of them, it will actually survive?
I just don't think it comes down to viability, it comes down to need.
No, because we've agreed on the need position. The need position is one of these two facilities is not needed.
And one is, yeah.
And one is. The question is, if you are going to protect this facility and not protect Enderby, don't we need to have a view reached about whether this site would survive as a golf facility?
All we can say is that the site is needed.
Yes, but it won't exist if it's not viable. I mean, if the inspector turns it down and it's not viable, it will go bust. There won't be a golf.
Why hasn't it gone bust already then?
Well, we haven't talked about the Davidson's permission yet, and that's what you've effectively, up until your evidence in chief, largely avoided talking about. Mm-hmm. So we need to talk about that. So if you ask me the question, why is it going to go bust now, we'll talk about the massive capital investment required on a 13-year lease in a moment. But I don't really want to get into that straight away with you. I just want to establish this with you. Are you still going to hold on to the idea that it's of no relevance to our inspector to consider whether this facility might be viable, particularly in the light of the Davidson's permission, which we're coming to in a moment, in a world where, if permission's refused, this is protected as a golf facility, down the line, it's not viable, it goes. Not relevant at all?
I'm going to stick with it not being relevant. It's about need, it's not about viability. You can't just say that any site, any sporting site that's unviable isn't needed and can be lost.
Yeah, you see, you're mixing up need and viability here, because we agree the need position. One of them is needed and one of them isn't. Mm-hmm. The question is, which one should we protect? Yeah?
And we should protect the one that's most in need.
Well, we should, and that would be the case irrespective of the fact that the one that you would say is most needed, we'll come to your reasons on that, is unviable. You'd say it doesn't matter.
Well, we don't know if it's unviable.
Well, we're going to come to that, but I'm talking about its point of principle at the moment. Mm-hmm. Your view is it doesn't matter in terms of the decision of which to protect, that the one that we protect might be unviable. It doesn't matter at all.
It's an assessment of need, it's not an assessment of viability.
Right. Okay, I understand your position. Thank you. Now, the Davidson scheme, because you and I have been talking about Blaby versus Enderby. We're going to have to talk about that a lot more. But we've been talking largely about Blaby versus Enderby as they currently exist today. And I want to talk to you about Blaby in relation to the Davidson scheme. Now, can we go to the statement of common ground first of all? Because I just want to agree the factual position before we sort of get into the detail of the debate. So CD 5.3, please.
Yep.
And could you go to paragraph 4.6, please?
Okay.
So this is where we set out the agreed facts on the adjacent application site, so that's the Davidson site. And you'll see paragraph 47, on the 31st of October 2024, the committee resolved to grant planning permission. And then 4.8, the plan at Appendix 6 is included within the engrossed draft section 106 and shows the extent of the land associated with the permission alongside the protection and secondary protection zones which sterilise the use of the areas for golf. As a result, the first hole of the golf course would need to be redeveloped and prevent any alterations to the direction of play of the 9th hole of the golf course. Any amendments to the layout of the golf course would need the consent of the district council. So I want to just pick up some points from that. This planning permission, when implemented, will have an effect on the first hole, correct?
Yeah.
And I think it was described yesterday in our opening speech on the basis that the housing development incorporates, doesn't it, a substantial proportion of the current first hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. It involves loss of the tee, part of the fairway and part of the green. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no dispute that the course is going to have to be reconfigured to remain a 9-hole golf course. Yes?
Correct, yeah.
Because the alternative would be you go to an 8-hole golf course, which is a totally non-standard offer, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you also wouldn't have any access to the first hole from the golf club because the first golf hole's gone,
yeah,
effectively. Now, in addition, so you need to do a reconfiguration of the course. We agree that, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. And we also agree, and it's recorded in the Statement of Common Ground at 4.8 that we just read, that would require planning permission of the council because a golf course involves engineering operations and that's development that would require planning permission, correct?
That's for the council to answer more so than me. But
yeah, okay. Well, it's in the Statement of Common Ground, so it can't really be disputed. Now, the resolution to grant the Davidson scheme was made in October 24, as we saw. Despite that, in your proof of evidence, just help me to make sure I've got this right and I'm not being unfair to you. page 11 of your proof. Bottom of the table, you set out, because one of the 13 points that Mr. Smith made in his statement was about the Davidson's development and the impact that it would have. And your response to it was the whole point is based on the quality and viability impact of the proposal, not need, right? That was your only response to the fact that there was a resolution to grant planning permission on that site, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, just on that, if the course were to effectively not be reconfigured, but left as an 8-hole course, that would be a matter relevant to quality, wouldn't it? And it would affect need, wouldn't it, as well?
It would affect quality in terms of it not being a normal 9-hole golf course. So
Yeah.
It would be 8 holes.
Yeah.
In terms of impact on need, it's impossible to know until it actually happens.
No, but I mean, there isn't really a lot of stuff out there about the need for an 8-hole golf course.
No, but there is, for example, there are 6-hole golf courses that exist and that, as far as I know, are relatively successful.
Okay. And, I mean, just again, help me on this, that I know you're not dealing with 104B of the MPPF in terms of whether the test is met, but on the golf side of that equation, if we were comparing, for example, the comparative quality of sports provision, an 8-hole golf course would be a negative as compared to a 9-hole golf course.
Yeah.
Now, your golf needs assessment, the one you did in May 25, that doesn't make any mention, does it, of the Davidson's planning permission and the effect that that would have on the remaining part of the course?
No, because it's assessing need in the here and now.
Right. I think in evidence in chief you said it was self-evident the Davidson's permission would have an impact on the on the course. But you said, well, we don't know what that involves. Well, we know the land that will be lost, don't we?
I think I said I don't know what impact it'll have on demand.
Okay. Well, let's just see what we do know. We know the land. We know the land that will be lost by the permission being implemented. We know the effect that that will have on the first hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. We know that the options that that leaves are reconfiguring the golf course or having an 8-hole golf course. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we know that if the decision of the operator were to reconfigure, they'd have to fund that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they'd need planning permission.
Yes.
So we know all of those. We know all of those things. Now, I don't know whether you are able to help me on this, but part of our evidence, so Mr. Cusson's proof of evidence, I think in particular, explains the legal situation that arose in relation to the Davidson's permission, namely that the golf tenant refused to sign the Section 106 until he was served with forfeiture proceedings, which would mean that he would lose the whole golf course. So he held out to the very last moment. And can I suggest to you that that is an indication of his realisation that it was a difficulty for his continued operation?
That is not for me to answer.
You don't know? Okay. Well, he wasn't rushing to sign it, but I accept your point. You can't say what was in his mind. But that permission's now been issued, right? So it's actually an existing planning permission. Could we go to the statement of common ground, please, at paragraph 4.10? So CD 5.3, paragraph 4.10. It's agreed that if the planning permission is granted during the course of the appeal, and it has been, the contribution of the course to future golfing supply should be assessed on the basis of the implications of the outline planning permission. So you and I agree, we must agree, because it's in the Statement of Common Ground, that we must now assess the loss of Blaby Golf Course based on the position that it's left in, that now that that outline application has been granted. Correct?
As per that, yeah.
As per that, yeah. Good. Right, now, could we go to Mr. Smith's proof then, please, page 10? Now, this is the plan, isn't it? Which I think is actually the plan that we saw referred to in the Statement of Common Ground. So if you remember when we looked at 4.8 of the Statement of Common Ground, it referred to the plan at Appendix 6, which is attached to the Statement of Common Ground. But this is a replication of it. And it shows, doesn't it, both the land that will be lost through the Davidsons' permission, and that's the kind of whitish shading of that site. But it also shows two protection zones, doesn't it, which are secured in the Section 106 obligation. So the blue one that's closest and the green one that's nearest. And you can see, in relation to protection zone, it says the owner and the tenant, this is in the box, covenant that the protection zone will not be used for the playing of golf and will not form any part of the golf course, whether part of a tee, fairway, green, obstacle, for the purpose of playing golf thereon, unless specifically permitted by the council or until alternative safeguarding provisions are in place. So that's the main protection zone. So not only is that land lost in the white, but you can't play any golf in the blue area, correct? Unless the council permits it. Yeah. We'll come to that in a moment, but obviously the council's principal concern in that situation would be a very would be an anxious consideration of whether there was a safety issue. That would be the key point, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but there are things in place that could be utilised to offset that.
Yeah. Because there will be housing now right beside the edge of this golf course. Yeah. Okay. And then the secondary protection zone, you'll see in 16 in the box, covenant not to alter the direction of play or reconfigure any of the existing holes, which would alter the direction of play within the secondary protection zone from the layout and direction of play as existing on the date of this agreement, again, unless expressly provided. So all that does is that will effectively limit the ways in which the course can be reconfigured unless the council approves something different, correct?
Yeah.
Good. And then if you go over the page in Mr. Smith's proof, well, actually, if you start, on page, at the bottom of that same 6.6, the bottom of that same page we were looking at, physical and functional impacts. He says, I was taken aback by the comment in paragraph 4.14 of the council statement of case, suggesting the Davidson's development would require some configuration of the first tee, but the remainder of the course and facilities would continue to hold recreational value. This implies the council is suggesting that the tenant operator plans to reshape the current first hole when part of the existing first hole is lost to the Davidson's development. Were you responsible for that drafting of the statement of case, or was that somebody else?
I wasn't responsible.
You weren't responsible. Thank you. And then if you look at 6.8, Mr. Smith refers to the Labo Sport ball strike survey that accompanied the Davidson's application, assumed no golf will be played in the vicinity of the existing first hole. And then 6.9, following the council's comment about the first tee, I became aware the tenant operator had drawn a couple of plans showing how he believes the first hole could be refigured to continue to play in the vicinity of the current location. And then those drawings are set out. So can I just ask you about those? Had you ever seen those drawings prior to Mr. Smith's proof?
No.
No. Mr. Smith and Mr. Gaunt have expressed very serious concerns about the safety of those proposals. It's not any part of your evidence to challenge that, is it?
No.
No. If you go then, please, forward in Mr Smith's proof to page 13. Again, this is in his list of 18 points that he summarises from Mr Gaunt's report, yes. And just on Mr Gaunt, Mr Gaunt's qualifications are set out, aren't they, in paragraph 6.11. There's no doubting, is there, his experience and qualifications to judge matters of safety and design of a golf course.
Not as if they are set out there, no?
No. If you then look at page 13, if you go to paragraph 7, I think, first of all, he says, turning to the current first hole, the tenant operator's two proposed alternative design layouts are shown in paragraph 20. Neither of the two options are acceptable due to the reduced safety margin being too narrow. The first hole cannot safely be rotated. The technical plan indicates the likely spread of golf balls hit from the first and ninth tees. The first hole is entirely unworkable. So again, I think we've agreed you're not challenging that evidence. No, thank you. Paragraph 8, the first hole would need to be entirely realigned at a safe distance from the Davidson development and at a safe distance from other holes on the course. Agreed?
Yeah.
Paragraph 9. The new first hole could be relocated and repositioned on the first and second holes of the 9-hole pitch and putt course. This would be a par 3 hole of approximately 110 yards, which would be a reduction in course length by 130 yards, reducing it down to 2197 yards, and the par would reduce from 33 to 33 from 34. By positioning the new first hole here, this would enable the playing of the 9-hole golf course to follow on readily from the existing second tee. So I think you said in chief, fairly I think, that that is a possible solution, but it involves, doesn't it, a significant reconfiguration of the golf course.
Of that hole, yeah.
Of that hole, well, I mean, it affects more than one hole, doesn't it? Because, well, I suppose it also affects the pitch and putt, doesn't it?
Yeah, it affects one hole of the standard course.
Yeah.
And the first 2 holes of the pitch and putt course.
Right. Okay, thank you. Now, if you then go, please, to Mr. Smith's page 15. No, sorry, page. Yeah. Sorry, no, it's point 15 on page 14. So page 14, point 15, says, given the standard of specification of existing greens and tees on the course, he, that's Mr. Gaunt, considered the potential cost to the new tenant to provide a replacement par 3 first hole and a new tee complex on hole 9, using UK golf industry golf course contractors rates. He estimated a cost at around 150 to 160 to provide a good standard par 3 hole on the existing 9-hole pitch and putt course and 9th tee. So we see that. And then 16, the 9-hole pitch and putt course would be impacted within this redesign and would as a result need to be reduced to 6 holes to accommodate the new first hole on the 9-hole course. So can I just ask you to note, is that a fair summary, first of all, of what Mr. Gaunt says in his report?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're not offering, are you, any contradiction of the figures around the costs that are likely to be incurred for that reconfiguration?
No, I would just, again, reiterate that I don't think they're relevant.
Yeah, well, we'll come to that, but not relevant, good. We'll see about that in a moment. But then, is that right also in 16? The effect of doing this would mean we no longer have a 9-hole pitch and putt course, but a 6-hole pitch and putt course.
Unless that was reconfigured as well, then I think 2 of the holes are being lost, so that would reduce it to 7. Makes more sense to have 6 than 7.
Yeah, okay.
So that's fair. But as I said, 6-hole courses do exist, and pitch and putt is.
Okay. But we're talking about, I mean, it's quite clear from this reconfiguration, you're going to have a shorter standard 9-hole golf course. It's already a short course, but it's going to be shorter, yes. You're going to have an impact on the pitch and putt, possibly going down to 6 holes, yeah. There's a financial cost to all of this, yeah, and it all requires planning permission.
Yeah,
okay.
None of that means that it's not needed.
No, well, no, but it is though, Mr. Wright, and I'll keep coming back to that, relevant to the choice, the decision that has to be made about which facility do we seek to protect in planning. So I undertake your point on need, but I'm approaching it from a planning perspective. Now, can you go over the page, please, page 15 of Mr. Smith, to his paragraph 18. It would take 12 to 18 months for a new 3-hole and new tee on the 9 course to establish, given good growing conditions, and this fact would need to be accepted by the tenant operator. Whilst the works are done, there would be temporary disruption to playing the 9-hole golf course, etc. So it's not only the financial cost from doing the works, but the operator will have 12 to 18 months where they're operating at best as an 8-hole golf course, correct?
Yeah, but I mean, golf courses every year will operate with a reduced number of holes as improvement work takes place and due to weather during the winter.
Yeah. And 615 of the proof, 615, the Davidson's development will make future golf offerings smaller. We've agreed that, haven't we? Taking Mr. Gaunt's suggestions, the already short 9-hole course will reduce further. We've agreed that, yes? Correct?
Taking his suggestions,
yeah. And then the existing 9-hole pitch and putt course would reduce by a third to only 6 holes, and we've talked about that as well, haven't we? So I just want to then ask you a couple of other things about this evidence. 618, Mr. Gaunt's estimated the construction costs over a period of time. We've agreed that you're not disputing those, correct?
That's not my area of expertise.
Not area of expertise, fine. 619, golf courses are preliminary based on 9 and 18-hole formats. The market would view an 8-hole golf course as distinctly odd. Well, I think we agreed it's not a standard offer, is it? Correct? Yeah, good. And then 6.20, I broadly estimate the total cost to reconfigure the golf course to accommodate the Davidson development, taking into account physical construction costs, temporary loss of earnings and ancillary costs, would be 300,000 or more. And you, as you said, that's not your area of expertise, so you can't question that, correct?
No, but I mean, there's no sort of workings out behind that figure and how it's been arrived at, so it's questionable, but it's not for me to question.
Well, I mean, some of it's based on Mr. Gaunt's estimates of what it would cost to do his redesign. Mr. Gaunt is clearly qualified to make those adjustments.
I'm not disputing that. It's just the figures jumped from 160,000 to 300,000 there.
Okay. So you're not disputing, just to get this right, because I want to make sure I've understood. You've got nothing to say about the 160,000 that Mr. Gaunt's put forward for the cost of the works. Mr. Smith has put forward an additional amount of loss, taking into account temporary loss of earnings, etc. during that period. That's the figure that you say you don't know where it's come from, right?
Yeah, because there's no working out.
But you're not providing any alternative figure for that.
No, because it's not relevant to need.
Well, I keep saying that, but we'll come to it in a moment. So just getting this clear then. The operator has to find the money to reconfigure this course. Otherwise, it's an 8-hole golf course, correct?
Unless there's an alternative solution.
Mm-hmm. But no one's suggested one. The tenants come up with some wholly unviable suggestions, and I don't mean unviable in the economic sense. Mr. Gaunt, who's a highly qualified architect, has come up with his solution. No one else has come up with any other solutions, have they? Correct?
That's correct, but I don't know if there's been a judgment on the operator's plans formally, so...
No, because no application's been made, but that's not the point. The point is, this developer, this operator, would have to find the money, whether it's 160k or 300k or whatever, to reconfigure this golf course, correct?
They will have to fund or find funding for whatever takes place. Yes.
On a 13-year remaining lease. Yes, that's a key thing for them. They spend that money, and 13 years, the lease is over, correct?
Unless it gets extended for whatever reason, yeah.
Right, well, okay. But there's no guarantee of that when the point you make your investment, is there? No. And you'd need to apply, as we've agreed in the Statement of Common Ground, for planning permission for all of this. Now, help me on this, because you do deal with golf in planning. That planning application would involve the reconfiguration of the course, as we've discussed. When this golf course was permitted, there was not the large amount of housing there now is on the north-east side of the site. There's a whole new housing development that crosses over Winchester Road, and that was not there when this golf course was permitted. Are you aware of that?
It's not something I've considered, but
Well,
okay.
could we look at Mr. Smith's? Proof? He might help you with this. See what the best Google plan is. Yeah, I mean, just take an example. If you go to page 10 of his Mr. Smith's proof, if you look in the top right-hand corner, there's a housing. You can see some housing in that top right-hand corner. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we discussed this at length yesterday. I don't think it's in dispute that housing was being built out between about 2016 and some date thereafter. None of that was there in 1990 when this course was originally permitted. And of course, if you're looking at page 10, we'd also have the Davidson's housing, which would have to be taken into account, yes? So this golf course is now closer to housing than it was when it was permitted, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, an absolutely key consideration for the council on the planning application would be to look at the safety of this course, correct?
As part of the planning application.
Yeah. And they wouldn't be confined, would they, in that planning application, to only considering the safety of the one hole that's being reconfigured. Because the hole is being reconfigured in order to keep this golf course as a 9-hole golf course. They'd be entitled to revisit, wouldn't they, the safety of the course overall.
Yeah, that's a judgment for the council when a
Judgment
planning
for the
application
council.
comes in.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you. So they'd have to consider, wouldn't they, very carefully, the points that Mr. Gaunt has made about there being safety issues with a number of the existing holes.
Mr. Gaunt or a separate specialist, yes.
Sure. I don't mean the who, I mean the nature of the points. They'd have to consider those kind of issues very carefully, yes. Thank you. And obviously we know, I mean, if you look at if you look at Mr. Smith's proof again, paragraphs 12, sorry, it's page 14. So this is his summary of Mr. Gaunt's evidence again. Paragraph 12, paragraph 13, and paragraph 14. Those are safety issues that he's raising about golf strike ranges, etc., on a number of the holes on the course. Three, 5, 6, 8. Yeah. So you see that he's raising issues about a number of the holes.
Mr. Smith is,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Well, this is Mr. Gaunt who's raising them, and Mr. Smith summarising these points of Mr. Gaunt. Because this is the section we've been to a number of times where Mr. Gaunt's evidence is being summarised. So, I mean, it's an accurate summary, isn't it, of Mr. Gaunt's evidence?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, fair. Now, so all of those issues would have to be resolved in order for planning permission to be obtained. Absent planning permission being obtained, we're back to the 8-hole golf course, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And then, can I just ask you, just again, Mr. Smith, I think finally on this section that we've looked at quite a lot, if you go back to his page 12, the first 2 points that he makes, again, summarising Mr. Gaunt's evidence, is to say that there have been significant changes since 1990 in the way golf balls and golf equipment is manufactured, the general purpose of which has been to allow people to hit balls further and better. I'm not a golfer, as you can tell, but those things would have to be factored into any safety assessment, and they wouldn't have been factored in that way in 1990 because that technology wasn't there, correct?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Good, thank you. Right, can we move on then to some comparative issues about Enderby and Blaby? I'm just thinking about whether that's a convenient moment to break, because I'm about to go on to an entirely new topic.
Okay, so we'll adjourn for an hour for lunch then. Excuse me. So if we resume at 10 to 2. And again, okay, you got the message. Excuse me. Okay, so the inquiry's adjourned until 10 to 2. Thank you. Okay, coming up to 10 to 2 then, so inquiries resumed. Mr Morrissey.
Good afternoon, Mr Wright. So I said we were going to turn to the issues around the comparison between Blaby and Enderby. Now, obviously, some of these matters that I'm going to be discussing with you go to matters of quality and viability, and I think we have established our respective positions on the relevance of those. Just by way of introduction to this, in your proof, you set out at 1.3 and 1.4 your experience, i.e. your role in relation to golf projects, strategies, needs assessments, etc. What I wanted to ask you was, though, that Mr Smith, in his proof at 1.3, explains that his expertise also extends to dealing with matters of viability. Now, I know your view on the relevance of that, but is it right then that your, and I think you may have already said this to me, your role doesn't extend to looking at matters of viability at all?
We might ask questions around viability when we're speaking to clubs and whatnot to gauge aspects relating to it, but no, it's not a
core area.
No, that's the right way to word it.
Okay, thank you. And also, Mr Smith explains in his proof at 1.6 that he and his firm have also played a role of going in directly to manage responsibility for struggling golf clubs on a contractual basis, so actually go in and run the clubs. Is that something that you and KKP do?
No.
No. So can we just run through the basic facts as regards Blaby, first of all, largely as it currently is. I probably will diverge back into a few points around Davidson's points, but largely as it is. But as I think we've already agreed, it's a privately run site, so it's a commercial business, yes?
Yeah.
It's a facility that's accessible to paying customers, yeah. And it's a pay to play, essentially.
It's both. It has a membership scheme and
It has a membership scheme. Yeah, we'll come back to that one actually. That's a good point. We know the operator's a tenant, and we've looked already, haven't we, at the lease position? So I don't need to go back through that with you. In terms of the golf-related facilities that it has, could we just look at the statement of common ground, please, at CD 5.3 again, and go to electronic page 7, and that's going to be paragraph 3.7. So it's numbered page 5, electronic page 7, paragraph 3.7.
Yeah.
Now, just looking at what's recorded there, the facilities that are sort of purely golf related on the site are the 9-hole standard golf course, the 9-hole pitch and putt, an 18-hole crazy golf course, and a golf clubhouse, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And obviously we've already talked about the first two of those, the standard 9-hole golf course and the 9-hole pitch and putt, are going to be affected if there's a reconfiguration of the site, yes. And indeed the 9-hole would be affected even if there wasn't a reconfiguration, because there wouldn't be 9 holes. We've discussed that. So that's it in terms of the golf facilities. Now, if you look at your golf needs assessment then next, please. So that's CD 8.6. And again, I think it's electronic page 6, I think, in this document. Paragraph 1.17.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you touched on this in chief, but you said out there are 3 different types of golf facility that are recognised by Sport England and governed by England Golf, those being standard hole courses, par 3 courses, and driving ranges. So in terms of your assessment, those are the recognised forms of golf facilities, and the quantitative need assessment is largely focused on those, isn't it? Albeit it brings in other matters, but it's largely focused on those, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Good, thank you. And then if you go forward to electronic page 12 in your assessment, well, page 11 is where it starts. There's a table, isn't there? Table 2.2, summary of active golf facilities within the catchment area. And if you go on to, yes, electronic page 12, at the bottom of the table, we see Blaby and Enderby as entries 16 and 17. Now, in that table, you've got Blaby down as having both a standard hole and a par 3 hole course. And we're agreed, aren't we, that that second one is incorrect. So the position is actually the same for both in that table. They both have a 9-hole standard golf course.
For those three, yes.
Yeah, for those 3 official ones that are recognised. Yeah, okay, thank you. Good. And then if you go to your page 14, electronic 14 of this document, paragraphs 2.18 and 2.19, you're here describing there are 2 par 3 golf courses in the catchment, one at Blaby, the other at Beadles. You refer to the Blaby position there. But again, we can kind of almost strike that through, can't we? Because we've agreed in the statement of common ground, and for the inspector's reference, it's paragraphs 830 to 832, that there is no par 3 facility that meets the relevant definition at Blaby, correct?
Yeah, that course for Blaby should be in the additional provision section.
Yeah, so it should be a pitch and putt in the additional provision section, yeah, okay. Good, thank you very much. So the position is they both have a 9-hole standard golf course, neither has a par 3, and neither has a driving range.
Correct?
Yeah. Good, thank you. And then if you go to electronic page 14 again of your assessment to paragraph 2.13, you refer to the Blaby golf course as being an outlier. Yes, in the very last, was the penultimate line, an outlier. And the reason you describe it as an outlier is because it has such a short course length, correct?
Yeah, we're saying that it's an outlier in terms of its length.
Yeah, and I think you refer to it, don't you, as in 2.13 as providing a much shorter provision than the other courses that you've been looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we see the detail of that, don't we? If you look at electronic page, I think it's electronic page 13 of your assessment. You've got a table 2.3 that lists all of the yardages. I know there's different colours for different different aspects of this, but one can see from that the point that Blaby, even as it stands now, before Davidson's, before it becomes shorter, isn't it, substantially shorter than the other courses?
Yeah, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Well, I mean, I think you said earlier there might be pros and cons, is what you said. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Now, if we look at the statement of common ground again next, so back to CD 5.3, paragraph 7.28, which is on, 7.28, electronic page 19. The difference between Blaby and Enderby in terms of golf facilities, so far as your evidence is concerned, is that Blaby has a pitch and putt and a crazy golf facility, correct?
That's one of the differences, yeah.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, the other differences are what that we've discussed previously?
Well, I've just touched on the length.
So it's shorter.
Yeah, it has a membership scheme as well as the pay and play aspects.
Okay. Well, I'll come back to that membership scheme and where that fits into the council's case. But in terms of sort of physical golf facilities, then they've both got a 9-hole standard course. Neither of them got a par 3. Neither of them have got a driving range. But you rely on the existence of the crazy golf and the pitch and putt as being important factors of why you take the view that Blaby is to be preferred to be saved over Enderby, correct?
Yes, we bring them into the picture, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you remember, when we looked at your proof at paragraph 2.5, you set out your the key excerpts, as you call them, from your conclusion of the golf needs assessment. And in that second paragraph, you say, when assessing both Blaby and Enderby individually, the need for the former could be said to be higher, given that it provides a par 3 course and a mini adventure course in addition to its standard hole offering. This helps create a clear pathway at the site and in the region that would be lost without its presence. And then you refer to the user base of membership. So can I leave aside membership? I promise you I'm coming back to it. But in terms of the physical facilities, the only points that you put forward as being the reason why Blaby is preferred over Enderby is because of, well, here you say par 3, but we must now say pitch and putt because it's not a par 3, and the crazy golf, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So could we then look at the statement of common ground, paragraph 7.28? It said, it is agreed the pitch and putt and miniature crazy golf courses located at Blaby Golf Course are not considered to be traditional formats of the game and are not comparable offerings as defined by paragraph 2.7. So that's just recognising the fact I set out in your report that the only traditional offers that are directly within the governor of sport of England Golf are those. Is that right?
England Golf still governs the non-traditional sites. It's more so that Sport England doesn't recognise them as
Traditional forms. Okay.
areas.
So they're not traditional forms of golf, and they're not recognised by Sport England as traditional forms of golf.
Correct,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then 7.29, it's agreed the pitch and putt, crazy and or miniature golf courses are not recognised formats by England Golf. Well, that's what we've just agreed. A proper length par 3 course, however, is recognised as a traditional format, but that's not what's present at Blaby. We've agreed that, yes.
Yeah.
And then 7.30, it's agreed that, therefore, less weight should be factored in to any supply or demand considerations in quantitative or qualitative terms of need for pitch and putt, crazy and or miniature golf facilities in the district. So the agreed position between us is the two things, the two physical aspects of the golf provision that you rely on as saying that Blaby is to be preferred to Enderby are both matters that we agree should be given less weight in any quantitative or qualitative terms of need because they are non-traditional forms of the game, correct?
Yes, but
Yeah.
less weight isn't no weight.
Yeah, so not, take the point, not no weight, but certainly less weight. Okay, thank you. So, they are, though, those two provisions, those two physical provisions, they are the matters which tip your balance in favour of Enderby. So we may give them less weight, not no weight, but less weight, but they are the two matters that in terms of physical facility tip the balance, in your view, in favour of Enderby, correct?
In favour of Blaby.
Blaby, sorry. Yes, favour of Blaby. I suppose it depends, yeah, what you're talking about in favour of what, I suppose, but I'll take your point and we'll move on from there. Now, if you look at your proof now, then again, please, 2.6. You say in summary, your assessment concludes the development proposals at Blaby need to be considered alongside the future status of Enderby. In that regard, Enderby is said to be more suitable for loss, given the wider facilities available at Blaby. Blaby provides a standard hole course, pitch and putt, adventure golf course, as well as ample ancillary facility offering, whilst Enderby Golf Course has a standalone 9 course only. So again, we see, don't we, that in terms of golf facilities, what tips the balance for you is the pitch and putt and the crazy golf. You also do mention ancillary facilities, and I'll come to those, but in terms of golf provision, those are the two things that tip the balance.
In terms of the need for the sites as a whole.
Okay, thank you. If you then look at your proof at 3.3, please? This is in your summary section. You say, in addition, the presence of the pitch and putt and adventure course facilities at Blaby Centre still need to be considered as part of the proposals, regardless of their categorisation. Them not being a comparable offering to more traditional golf provision does not mean that they are not needed, or that their need does not need to be assessed. Now, I just want to understand that. I mean, I take your first point to be, although they're not traditional provision, although we give them less weight, which we've agreed, we can't leave them out of account in a need assessment. Yes?
Yes.
Right.
It's more so that if they are to be deemed surplus to requirements in line with paragraph 104A, that there still needs to be an assessment to show that they're not needed.
But are you then advocating, this is what I wanted to get to, you're advocating that you actually need to do some kind of detailed quantitative need assessment as to the level of provision of crazy golf and pitch and putt, and therefore whether it's needed. Is that what you're saying? Because you say at the end, and their need does not need to be assessed. I mean, are you saying you need some kind of detailed assessment?
As per paragraph 104 of the MPPF, yes, because it's a sport and recreation facility.
But your report that you did for the council doesn't undertake a detailed quantitative assessment, does it, of the need for crazy golf or pitch and putt?
No, because our remit was to assess, in line with Sport England's guidance, England Golf's guidance, the supply and demand for golf provision, that being the traditional form.
Yeah, and I mean, we obviously submitted a needs assessment with the planning application back in July 2024, but that focused, as of course did your report to the council, on the traditional forms of golf. I mean, so far as you're aware, and I can ask Mr. Baker-Adams, has the council ever asked us to do an assessment specifically in relation to the need for crazy golf or for pitch and putt?
That's a question for the council.
Okay, so you don't
but
know.
The national policy dictates that that's what should be done.
Well, I mean, let's just, I want to step back and look at that in a little bit more detail in a moment. But you're saying that one is required to do a full assessment of need for crazy golf and pitch and putt, not just the traditional golf formats.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that national planning policy says that.
So that's your interpretation of national policy.
I wouldn't say that's my interpretation. I would say that's fairly factual.
Well, I'm not sure that you can say that. It's still a matter of interpretation, but that's what you say.
Okay.
Okay, right. Now, we know, don't we, there's a couple of other factual aspects about Blaby. It doesn't have any kind of defined slope rating, correct?
Yeah.
And I think Mr. Smith explains that there are official slope ratings, and there are also, which I think comes with full England Golf affiliation, but there are also unofficial slope ratings for courses as well. Is that right?
Mr. Smith will have to expand on that.
You don't know about that?
Unofficial can be unofficial, can't it?
Right,
It's open to
But
interpretation.
the fact is, Blaby doesn't have any kind of, does it, slope rating?
It doesn't have an official slope rating, no.
And the position on Enderby is it doesn't have an official one, but Mr. Smith's view is it does have one of these unofficial slope ratings that exist. You don't know about that. You want?
If it's unofficial, then it's unofficial.
Okay. We know Blaby's not affiliated with England Golf. Yes,
That's right.
yeah. Now, in your proof at paragraph 2.4, in the 6th bullet, you say the standard hole course at Blaby Golf Centre generally drains well, which I don't think is in dispute, but it is also recorded in the Statement of Common Ground, isn't it, that the pitch and putt course does have poor drainage.
Yeah, I believe that's the case.
Right, so there is poor drainage in respect of that. Now, when you wrote your report, your understanding of the drainage of Enderby and Blaby, that was based on what? Talking to the operators? You didn't do a drainage study, did you?
No, that was from the operators, yeah.
From the operators, okay, thank you. Now, Mr Gaunt's statement says that he thinks that there is also a poor drainage issue potentially at Blaby, but I don't particularly want to get into that, but we haven't got definitive evidence either way on that, have we?
No.
No, okay. Now, Enderby, if we can move on to the facts about Enderby for a moment. Obviously, we know one of these two golf courses is not needed. In terms of the basic facts, we know, don't we, from discussions we've had earlier, it's a council-owned golf course, yes?
Yeah.
It's the only municipal golf course within the catchment area, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's agreed in the Statement of Common Ground, but yes, that's agreed. And then the operator for the council is a company called Everyone Active, correct?
That's right.
Presumably you spoke to them, did you, in the course of doing your report? Yeah. So could we look at Mr Smith's proof then, please, at page 24? He sets out some information about Everyone Active. They're the longest established leisure contractor in the UK, sets out who they are. They have subsidiary charitable trusts that are not-for-profit, and they currently manage over 230 leisure and cultural centres, more than 65 authorities across England. They're therefore well placed and amply funded to operate Enderby Golf Course on a long-term basis if the council wanted it to. Is any of that disputed?
No.
No. Okay. So those facts are agreed. We know it has a standard 9-hole golf course. That's recorded in your report that we looked at. Obviously, your point that we've just discussed is it doesn't have a pitch and putt and a crazy golf course as matters stand, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are matters we give less weight to, but they are still matters that, for you, were an important part of tipping the balance, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, could we then look at, if you look at Mr Smith's proof again, 6.79, 6.79 through to 6.80. In terms of other golf-related offer at Enderby, what Mr Smith explains here is it has a small practice area next to the first tee, which the resident golf professionals use for tuition, a practice putting green, and a golf professionals shop. And he says Blaby Golf Centre has none of these amenities. Agreed?
Agreed that they don't have those amenities yet.
Yep. 6.80, I spoke to the resident head of golf professional, worked there for 35 years, etc. So again, a difference between the two, and I think you acknowledged this, didn't you, in evidence in chief, is that Enderby has a professional on site and Blaby doesn't, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now, so that's the first thing. That's the first thing I wanted to talk about on Enderby, other golf-related provision. Secondly, I want to talk about this point that you dealt with in chief, other synergistic sports offer at Blaby. So 6.73 of Mr Smith's proof, please. He explains that, second line, Enderby is part of a broader public sports complex, Enderby Leisure Centre. The golf course is already integrated into the authority's sports provision, an emphasis on accessible, affordable golf, and also that Enderby is situated amid other sports facilities, leisure centre, swimming, gym, cricket, tennis, football, David Lloyd Leisure and other recreational fields. And he says this creates a synergistic hub. Families may go to the leisure centre to see the golf course, or juniors involved in one sport might be inclined to try golf because it's right there. You, I think, accepted in relation to Blaby that you had relied on what you referred to as, I think, other ancillary offerings. And if we rely on those in Blaby, we also must rely on them at Enderby, correct?
Yes, but by ancillary, I mean the clubhouse, the cafe, the restaurant, things that supplement the golf course.
Right.
The
So-
golf course is not a leisure centre, that's not ancillary, that's a facility in its own right.
Well, so what's ancillary to Blaby that we take into account then, just so I'm clear on that, please?
The
The
cafe,
golf club, the golf
cafe,
house.
the restaurant, the clubhouse, changing rooms, things that supplement the golf course and are for users of the golf courses.
Right. So, one of your main issues, and indeed the particular concern in reason for refusal 2, is about having a beginner's route into golf. Do you not accept that having golf on offer alongside other sports does present that opportunity of children and families coming along to play sport A, seeing golf and deciding to have a go, that there is that synergistic element to it?
No, because I think that can apply regardless of where the other sports facilities are. I don't think it needs an on-site solution in that regard.
No, but I think you're missing my point. If I take my children to play football, and on the way out they see some people playing golf, and they say, "Dad, can I try and play golf?" There is a synergistic way into golf that wouldn't have happened if there hadn't been golf along other side sports.
But it would still happen, it would just happen differently. It could be that you drive into your football side, so you drive past the golf course and you want to play that golf course.
Well, it might do, but so you're giving no weight to this synergistic provision of sport facility point that Mr. Smith has referred to.
I think that participation in other sports can lead into participation into golf, but there's absolutely nothing to suggest that that needs to be all on site in one venue.
Yeah. Now, so that's a synergistic hub. The third thing I just want to explore with you about Enderby is Mr. Smith gave evidence in his proof about future plans that he learned of at Enderby, and you touched on this in evidence in chief. If we look at Mr. Smith's proof, please, at 6.82 and 6.83, I won't read it out because I think you dealt with this in chief, but everyone active had been exploring putting in an adventure golf course next to the shop. They'd costed it and they had some plans, and then you made much of 6.83 and the fact that Mr. Smith took the view that providing Crazy Golf there would be a good strategic fit. Now, I want to ask you this question, which is it relevant, in your view, to consider what the plans and intentions are of Enderby, were they to have security of tender? Does that have any relevance at all?
It would have relevance if we knew it was going to happen or if it had happened.
Right.
My main point with this is just around how we can't, on the one hand, say that the adventure golf course at Blaby isn't needed, and then say that one would be good at Enderby because it's either needed or it's not in the area.
I got the point on that when you made it in chief, but I'm more interested in what I put to you and your position on this, which is, are we giving any weight to the plans that Mr. Smith has learned about what Enderby would like to do if they were retained?
No, because it's entirely theoretical at this point.
Yeah, but of course, the reason that they've given for not having invested in those things is because they haven't got a long-term secure contract with the council because of the proposals for redevelopment, correct?
I'm not sure if that's the reason they haven't got a long-term...
Well, that's what Mr. Smith says is their reason. So let's assume that's correct. In that position, is that not relevant to a discussion about which of these facilities should be retained? Does it have any relevance in your view?
The same could just be said around the tenure issues at Blaby and what would happen if that was extended.
Well, can I then ask you about your proof then in relation to Blaby in contrast to that? Because if you go to your page 3 of your proof, you say in bullet point 3 under 2.4, a crazy miniature golf course is also provided at Blaby. This has recently received investment with the intention to create a full pathway for for junior beginner golfers who could transition from this to, well, not par 3 pitch and putt course, and then the 9-hole standard course. When you talk about the intention to create, that suggests to me that you are having regard to something that is being planned at Blaby rather than something that already exists.
No, because that is received investment.
But the intention to create a full pathway for junior beginner golfers, we'll come to this in detail, but there are no lessons offered, no professional golf lessons offered, no golfer to offer lessons.
That's not needed.
Not needed. Right, we'll see about that, what England Golf say about that in a moment. And then, in addition to that, just so I understand, what you're saying here, the full pathway through golf. Do we take from that you need to have all the facilities on one site for somebody to transition in golf? No. Okay. I suppose it's a bit like you're driving your son or daughter past the football match and they see a golf course. You don't have to be in the same location. Fine. Now, the other thing I just wanted to ask you about was virtual and indoor golf, because at Enderby, if you look at 7.50 of Mr. Smith's proof, he explains, doesn't he, at 7.50, that virtual and indoor golf is another non-traditional format of the game, but it's experiencing high exponential growth. Is that something you agree with?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And in relation to that, if you then go back to his, paragraph 7.56 and 7.57, he explains that the operator has committed to converting the old doctor's consulting room in the leisure centre to an indoor golf simulator, with the work starting this month. So that's far more advanced and far more certain. Is that something we should give weight to? That's an offering, non-traditional, like crazy golf, like pitch and putt, and on the rise. The provision of that at Enderby, that's something we should give some weight to, I assume.
Yeah, that would be of a benefit to the site.
Yeah.
Same way it would be a benefit at Blaby as well.
Yeah, although there are no plans to do it at Blaby so far as you're aware, no. Okay, so I want to come to this point about pathway into golf. Pathway into golf, because obviously that's a key element, isn't it, of the reason why you say that keeping Blaby as a golf course is to be preferred over Enderby. And that's a theme right through your proof. But indeed, could we just look at CD 4.3 again, which is the reasons for refusal? Just so we orientate ourselves in terms of where this debate sort of begins. But electronic page 2, CD 4.3, the second line, this loss, which would be the loss of Blaby Golf Centre, is particularly impactful as the facility prioritises resilient, adaptable amenities that support foundational participation and beginner pathways, which are crucial for the future-proofing golf provision in the area. So the reason for refusal itself hooks the harm that's alleged as being particularly impactful in relation to Blaby's support for beginner pathways, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if we then start paragraph 2.3 of your proof, please, the third bullet. You say at 3 that, and we've just looked at this a moment ago, that the provision of crazy golf means you've got a plan where you could transition from crazy golf, pitch and putt, to 9-hole at Blaby. Yeah. Just bringing back in Davidson's for a moment, unless the operator invests in and gets planning permission for the reconfiguration of the golf course, we could be looking at an 8-hole golf course at Blaby, as we discussed earlier, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what is already a short course would become shorter, which I think we agreed has pros and cons, correct?
Yes, had pros and cons.
Yeah. And in addition, Mr. Gaunt's evidence was that there would be a period of 12 to 18 months where there would be closure of at least part of the golf course at Blaby to do these works, if they were funded and permitted, correct?
Yeah, that would be separate to the 2 points, because they wouldn't happen. They'd have to. It wouldn't be the same scenario in which those happened.
No, that's a different. Well, there's two different scenarios, isn't there? I mean,
yeah.
One is they do nothing, and you're left with a permanent 8-hole golf course. The second is they find the money, they decide it's worth investing, they get planning permission, they build it, and you have a temporary position of an 8-hole golf course, followed by, after 12, 18 months, a 9-hole, much shorter golf course, standard.
Not much shorter, but shorter.
Well, it's already pretty short, so shorter than the...
Yeah, but not
yeah.
much shorter than
All
it
right.
is.
Okay, shorter course than it already is. And in addition, you only go down to a 6-hole pitch and putt
Yeah.
on Mr. Gaunt's scheme. Okay, fine, good. Mr. Smith makes the point that it's a misconception to think that a short course is inherently good for beginners. He says it might seem less intimidating, but it can be too short. An average hole length of 253 yards, he says, means that there's a concern about where you hit the ball if you're a beginner. So is that part of your pros and cons point, that it's not necessarily the case that a shorter course is a good thing?
Yeah, one of the cons. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair. Yeah.
Okay. And as we know, if one's looking at this issue about passing along the kind of transition into golf, the one thing that Enderby has that Blaby doesn't in relation to this is a golf professional offering lessons, correct?
It does have a golf professional, yeah.
Yeah. Now, back in your paragraph 2.4, second bullet, you say Blaby Golf Course provides one of only 2 par 3. Well, I think we can scrub that, can't we? Because that's not correct, is it? That's the one we deleted because
That's
it's
5 pitch
yeah.
and putt is now in brackets, yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine. So I think we agreed earlier, didn't we, that in terms of the traditional forms of golf, the offer of Enderby and Blaby is identical.
They both have a
Yeah.
standard hole,
Yeah.
9-hole course.
Yeah, good. Okay, now, in relation to your position on the crazy golf on site, you talk about the intention to create a full pathway into golf from crazy golf upwards. Is that information that you got from speaking to the golf operator on the site? Or are you just making an assumption that that's what they were doing?
No, the golf operator was very keen on the pathway and it being an environment for the entire family, in a sense.
Okay. And when did this this intention to create this pathway at Blaby, do you know when that manifested? Because they've been on site for 37 years. So when did this manifest?
As far as I'm aware, the facilities evolved quite regularly during that time,
Right.
with it obviously previously having a driving range, as is
Okay.
pointed out in Mr. Smith's evidence.
Yeah. And I mean, I know a golf club a golf facility doesn't have to be affiliated to England Golf, but if your intention really is to facilitate entry into golf and passage through golf, wouldn't you ordinarily expect affiliation with England Golf to assist in that intention?
Not necessarily at this level, no.
Okay.
Because as I said in evidence in chief, it can increase prices and then price people out.
Right, I see. And I think I touched on this with you earlier, but there are no plans, as there are at Enderby, for a golf simulator at Blaby, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. Thank you. Now, could we look at the Statement of Common Ground at paragraph 7.34? So that's CD 5.3, paragraph 7.34.
What was the paragraph number, sorry?
7.34.
Okay.
So this is again recording agreement on what's set out in your report. It's agreed it's the only municipal golf course within the catchment area. As per paragraph 2.4.1 of your report, it's agreed that municipal courses are in many instances seen as entry-level facilities with players using them before having the confidence and ability to move onto members' clubs or high-end proprietary sites. Although many people can indeed stay attached to a particular course, they also tend to offer a more affordable golfing experience. So that's an acceptance in your report and in the Statement of Common Ground that it's municipal courses that are often seen as important for entry-level facilities, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, we know, don't we, Enderby is a municipal course and Blaby is not, correct?
Yeah, the difference is in a lot of areas where municipal courses are still provided, which isn't many, you don't often have a facility like Blaby that is, in some senses, replicating the offer.
Now, in your proof, if we just go to that for a moment, at paragraph 2.31, you talk about England Golf has a Get Into Golf initiative. As part of this, it outlines a pathway into the sport, with its number one starting point being utilisation of beginner sessions and courses. Yeah, that's your evidence.
Yeah.
So, England Golf, they say the number one starting point for getting people into the game is beginner sessions and courses, yes?
Via that initiative, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole purpose of that initiative by the governing body of golf is to get people into golf, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
As per its name.
As per its name. Now, at Enderby, there is the offer of lessons, aren't there?
Yes.
Right.
But anyone could have a lesson. You don't need to be a beginner to have a lesson. Many experienced players have lessons.
But if the number one entry point in is sessions and courses, those are being offered by a golf professional at Enderby.
At a cost, yes.
At a cost. We'll come to the cost. But if it's the number one starting point for people in, that's an advantage that Enderby has over Blaby, correct?
Well, no, because the Blaby is sessions/courses. Blaby has the courses.
But it doesn't have lessons, does it?
No.
No. Okay. Now, just to understand this a little bit further, there's also a junior golf section at Enderby, isn't there?
Yes, there is, yeah.
Yeah. Is there one at Blaby?
Not a formal one as
No,
far as
not
I'm aware, no.
Now, in your proof at 2.45, you say the needs assessment introduces the idea, this is our needs assessment, that the Enderby course offers golf lessons with a PGA registered professional, claiming that this would appear to represent a much clearer pathway into the sport than a venture golf course. However, this fails to mention the cost of lessons, which through online research appear to be £30 for a 30-minute session, and the accessibility issues this may cause when compared to the provision at Blaby Golf Centre, £5 access for the adventure golf. So this is talking about cost, which I think you raised with me earlier. But, I mean, it's not a straight comparison, is it? Because we're talking about £30 for a 30-minute lesson versus in golf, versus some traditional golf, versus someone playing crazy golf. They are quite different things, aren't they?
They're very different, yeah.
They're very different things, good. And to play a full round of golf at Enderby for a junior, it's either £11 or £12 at the weekend, isn't it? I think £11 in the week and £12 in the weekend, correct?
It'll be around that figure, yeah.
Yeah. Now, in your evidence in chief, you were asked about, well, if Enderby were to close and you were to lose access to that professional who's offering lessons, including to beginners, was there any shortage of other golf clubs in the area that provided lessons? And you said, no, there's lots of other golf clubs where they had professionals on site. Are any of them non-membership golf clubs?
Well, all golf clubs offer pay and play access, and I'd imagine most of the golf clubs won't require you to be a member to have lessons.
But haven't you said it's quite important for entry for people to go to facilities that are more on the informal, cheaper side, like Enderby and Blaby? Isn't that important? You said it was.
The discussion we had in evidence in chief was whether there were alternative professionals that could provide lessons, and the answer to that was yes.
Yeah, but I mean, those lessons would have to be at these other private golf clubs. One's going to expect the cost to be higher there than at Blaby, at Enderby, sorry. Yes.
They might be higher, I'm not sure on the exact costs. Some will be, some will probably be aligned.
Okay. Mr. Smith sets out in his evidence, I think it's paragraph 7.46, the fact that there are a number of other existing crazy golf, adventure golf facilities in a 5 to 10 mile radius of Blaby Golf Centre. You've not yourself undertaken any detailed analysis about where those alternative facilities are, have you?
No.
No. Now, I promised you I'd come back to talk about membership, and I just wanted to pick this up. Paragraph 2.5 of your proof. One of the things that you say in your summary of your reasoning for preferring one course over the other is at the end of your second quoted paragraph. You say that, furthermore, which is Blaby, has a higher user base in terms of membership and has undergone recent investment to improve facilities. So a higher user base in terms of membership. I mean, what you mean by that is Blaby offers membership, yes, and so that's got a membership base, correct? Enderby doesn't have that. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's purely pay as
My understanding, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. In terms of routes into golf, would you agree with me that pay and play is more important than membership as a route in for someone?
Yes.
Yes. And I mean, both Enderby and Blaby are set up to appeal to principally to pay and play golfers, albeit Blaby does have a membership base, correct?
Yeah.
And Enderby, similar to Blaby, has no tea times and has a relaxed dress code, doesn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Now, I think I've got two other things I need to pick up with you in relation to this comparison between Enderby and Blaby, and then the final topic is just to pick up some points about quantitative need disputes. So can I just ask you, please, Mr. Smith's rebuttal, first of all, please. This is still on, it's one of my two remaining points on Blaby versus Enderby. Could you go in Mr. Smith's rebuttal, please, to his appendices, and in particular to Appendix 2, and I think that's electronic page 22. So have you got his rebuttal there?
Yeah, I've got it open.
So I think it's 22. I'm just going to jump to that now.
BBC article.
Yes, that's right. BBC article. Okay. So this is an article that appeared recently on the BBC about the Enderby course. Now, I mean, obviously we heard yesterday from third parties in relation to this scheme some impassioned speeches about the importance of Blaby as a golf facility. But I just ask you, if you look at the bottom of that electronic page 22, the penultimate paragraph, for some people who use Enderby golf course, its loss would be keenly felt. It's only a 9-hole little course, which is why a lot of people love it here. It's like half a golf course. And the manager says it's perfect for a new golfer or retired people that don't really want the the big, long up and down hills, like a proper private course. We do serve a very good purpose for the community. Now, I think it's also said in this article that it's, if I just pick this up, hang on a minute. So it was said, wasn't it, it's perfect for a new golfer or retired people. So there were great impassioned pleas yesterday by locals, understandably, that their facility at Blaby is particularly good for people coming in and for retired people. But perhaps not surprisingly, the same views apply to Enderby, don't they? As you'd expect, yes? Yeah. Okay. Now, can I then come to the issue of how much use there actually is of these two facilities as my sort of final point in relation to this. And I want to try and understand with you what your assessment looked at. And I know in your evidence in chief you went to some further evidence that was given in one of the councillors' statements. But can I start by just looking, please, at your evidence in terms of what you included in your report? So this is CD 8.6 again. CD 8.6, and I'd like you to go in your report, please, to electronic page 33.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't look right. Sorry, I've got that, yes. So electronic page, yes, electronic page 33. Do you see paragraph 2.101?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. So what you recorded here is, this is talking about Blaby. Third line down, experienced a decrease in use of playing 9 holes over the last 12 months. 24,000 rounds played in 2024 compared to 19,000 in 2023. So, as I understand it, that's the evidence that you had at the time you wrote your report, where you came down in favour of Blaby over Enderby about the number of rounds that are being played. Correct?
We included that in the needs assessment, yes.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't have any other information at that time that you didn't include. No. And presumably, I think we talked about this. You got the evidence from the golf tenant, I think you said. Is that right?
Yes, from the operator, yeah.
Right, and if you then go to paragraph 2.87 of the report on electronic page 34,
yeah,
this is talking about Enderby, and it says, third line, across 2024, it reports that it received 28,232 bookings, slightly below initial expectations due to wet weather spells, particularly in March and April. Forecast there'll be a minimum of 33,000 in 2025. So at the time you wrote your report, you recorded 24,000 rounds at Blaby and 28,332 bookings at Enderby. So can I understand that first of all? Is there a difference between rounds and bookings?
Well, in the Blaby paragraph, you'll see it's 24,000 rounds of the 9-hole course and 2,000 of the playing it twice through, so 18 holes. So that would equate to 26,000 overall.
26,000
Which would then be the equivalent of the Enderby figure.
So on that basis, in 2024, Enderby had a higher number of bookings overall than...
Yes, by just over 2,000.
Yeah, 2,232, yeah, okay, good.
For the standard hole course.
For the standard hole course, yes, thank you. Okay, you don't have any more up-to-date information, I assume, about Enderby in 2025?
No, other than the forecast that was provided.
The forecast was provided.
Obviously, the report was submitted before the main playing months in 2025.
Right, so that's all we have for Enderby. They were expecting a minimum of 33,000. That's rounds. Again, it's gone from rounds to I don't quite have, that's gone back to rounds from bookings.
Bookings, rounds, interchangeable in that
Okay,
sense.
all right. I'm glad you said that because I was getting myself very confused about that last night. It's the difference between a round and a booking. Okay, that's fine. So, and I mean that, you went, didn't you, to the councillor's evidence, which is in CD 5.6. And I think it was electronic page 56 or 57, 56, I think, that you went to. So, and that says, so this is 56 on to 57, Blaby Golf Centre is a business, growing, etc. Increased year on year, 24,000 9-hole, 2,000 8-hole in 2024. So they broadly equate to your figures, don't they? Broadly on 2024.
Yeah, they provided more exact figures within this from what it looks like, whereas they've rounded
so to
down
28, yeah. So then 28,000 plus 2,400. So just around just over 30,000 in 2025. Yes, is what's being said there. If you add the two together,
yeah, 30,500.
Yeah, 30,500, and we don't have exact figures for Enderby. We only have their prediction, which was 33,000. So again, the difference between the two has remained broadly the same, about 2,500 difference, if that's right.
Yeah. One thing it does show is that the demand's increasing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, okay. I think that'll do. I think that'll do on Enderby versus Blaby. Can we move on to briefly? Before we finish the quantitative need issues, of which there are a few, but I think as you made very clear in your evidence in chief, whatever the difference is between you and Mr. Smith on the quantitative need assessment, in the end, you and Litchfield, who did our quantitative need assessment, come down to the same place, don't we? Which is that there's a need for one of these two facilities, but not both.
Yeah, I just don't agree with the modelling they used to arrive at that, but that's not that important.
No, I understand that, and I mean, you in your proof are pretty strident in the criticisms that you make of Litchfield. So, I mean, for example, in paragraph 2.11, you call their approach fundamentally flawed. You refer to it as being, in 2.12, inappropriate. In 2.23, you say incorrect calculations have been used by the appellant. I think in 2.24, you say extremely flawed, and I could go on. But irrespective of all of that, for all of the strong language that you use about all the things you say they've got, not just wrong, but fundamentally wrong, you come out in the same place as them.
In that we both agree that one can be lost, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Now, in addition, you are critical of what you describe as them having used an alternative model to deal with need. I think that's the way you put it, isn't it? And you say that wasn't an appropriate approach. Now, first of all, from planning policy perspective, I mean, clearly the MPPF and the PPG, they don't tell us, do they, what approach to take in assessing Gulf need. They don't go into that detail. No. So the document that you rely on is the ANOG document that we talked about, the Sport England Guide, which is your I think it's in CD 9.5, correct?
Yeah, that's the guidance that we follow, because we know Sport England expects that.
Well, it is, though, as its name suggests, it's a guide, it's guidance, isn't it? It's not a mandatory set of requirements. No. So, for example, just on this issue of the 20-minute drive time catchment, could we look at CD 9.5, which is the ANOG document, and I wanted to look with you just briefly at page 21, numbered, electronic page 23, and it's paragraph A27, which I think is one of the ones you went to in chief. A27, 4 lines down, it says, as a general guide, a 20-minute travel time is often applicable to community sports facilities. However, this can vary depending on local circumstances, and using local information will help define these catchments. So just 2 short points, I think we can probably agree. First of all, it's quite clearly only a guide, it's not a rule, it specifically says it's a general guide, in fact, yes?
Yeah, but it's also a guide that Lichfields has used.
Yeah, okay. And secondly, you are able to justify taking a different approach from that general guide, correct? It says you can do that.
Yeah, it can.
Yeah.
Obviously, I haven't done that, but it can be done. Yes.
You can do that. Yes. Okay. Good. Okay. Now, in terms of this definition of catchment area, as I understand it, in terms of your golf needs assessment, I think you've explained quite clearly. You used a 20-minute drive time from the edges of the whole district of Blaby. Is that right? Because and you were doing an assessment, weren't you, for the local plan?
Yes, so, the whole local authority. Yeah.
For a local authority, so you went to their district boundary and you used a 20-minute boundary. And that assessment was focused on district-wide need supply, correct?
Yeah.
It wasn't specifically focused, so far as we know, on Blaby or Enderby, albeit they are mentioned more than any other course in the report, because presumably you knew of the plans to develop both of them. Is that right?
It would have been wrong not to factor that in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now, what I wanted to then just do, just give me 1 moment. Yeah, I think it's your proof. Just give me 1 moment. Yes, your paragraph 2.22, please, in your proof, page 8 of your proof. You say the statement. So I think you're here referring, aren't you, to Lichfield's quantitative golf needs assessment that was submitted with the application. You say the statement similarly questions the latent demand modelling, which is evidence questioning how there can be 76,000 players in the Blaby catchment area when the population of the district is only in the region of 100,000. This just shows a misunderstanding of the tool and the approach undertaken. The catchment covers a much greater population size than that of Blaby District, given its use of a 20-minute drive time radius. The population of the catchment area actually covers 660,000 people. So that's your catchment area, is that correct? That covers 660,000 people?
Yes.
Yeah. That catchment area, 20-minute drive from the edges of Blaby, that takes in, doesn't it, pretty much the whole of the city of Leicester.
Yeah, that's why the population's quite significant.
Yeah, and indeed an area north of Leicester, I think, is also captured to some degree within that catchment area, correct?
Yeah, there is a map in the needs assessment that outlines it fully.
Yeah. And I mean, if somebody living north of Leicester was going to access facilities, for example, at the Blaby Golf Centre, they'd either be coming through Leicester or all the way round Leicester to access those facilities, yes? Yeah, and they'd also, of course, have facilities the other side of them within a 20-minute catchment. Yeah. Now, I understand your position in relation to what you did in the golf needs assessment, and I think you've set that out, and I'm not going to spend time arguing about this point in detail. But reason for refusal 2 that you are here to give evidence on talks about the district's recreational provision and needs. So it's talking about need that's generated in the district. I understand why you used the method you did for your local plan assessment, but I just wanted to ask you about this. I mean, given the terms of the reason for refusal, did you not think that it might be appropriate to look at a smaller catchment?
Well, no, because the needs assessment wasn't focused on the sites in question.
No, the need assessment wasn't, but that was done before you came along to give evidence on this appeal. Did you not think about revisiting that for the purposes of your proof of evidence and looking at a different catchment area, given that you were focusing on reason for refusal 2 rather than the district as a whole?
I haven't been asked to redo a needs assessment.
All right, well, fine. You weren't asked to do it, so you didn't do it. Okay, that's fine. And I think you mentioned, if you go to CD 8.6, I think you just referred me to this. I just want to pick it up because you did. In your needs assessment, again, CD 8.6, in terms of the catchment, I think you said to me, you've got a plan showing it, and you're right, of course, that you have. I think it's electronic page 12. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that's... This is actually showing the golf facilities in the area, but I think it's probably good enough for our purposes. So, I mean, that shows, doesn't it, that what one can see there is that you are picking up. You can see Blaby is number 16. A 20-minute drive catchment, we pick up all of Leicester, and indeed we go north of Leicester, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And that's what you were, that's one, I mean, that may not be the most perfect plan, but that's one plan that illustrates it, yeah. Good, okay, thank you. Right, so I've got a couple of other smaller points on the need debate. Your proof, paragraph 2.20, you talk about the issue of the utilisation of England Golf's relative demand model, and you say here that this is a tool, this is the last 3 or 4 lines, that is produced by the national governing body, the sport, for utilisation within needs assessments, meaning it's only reasonable to include it and provide commentary around it, especially the case when it's also known to be supported by Sport England. So in terms of known to be supported by Sport England, is there a published document that you're referring to where Sport England say they support that? Is that in the ANOG?
No, in a sense, when we include golf within playing pitch strategy work, we would also include that model, that tool,
Right.
and those reports, those studies are signed off by Sport England.
Okay. But there's not a published statement to that effect that you're aware of?
No, but every playing pitch strategy that includes golf that is approved and published is published with the approval of Sport England.
Yeah. And are there any appeal decisions that you're aware of that have looked at this issue of whether you should or shouldn't use the relative demand model?
No, neither
No.
neither here nor there.
No. Okay, thank you. And then, very briefly, this definition of what a regular golfer is. We'll probably have to mostly leave this for the inspector's judgment. But twice a year, you have used as being the basis for a regular golf player. And you say, well, the reason I do that, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, is that that's what England Golf say is a regular golf player.
That's England Golf data, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, England Golf, as we said at the beginning, is not a government body, it's the professional body of golf. It's an advocate for golf, and it obviously aids their overall aims, doesn't it?
Yeah.
To say that there are rather more people regularly playing golf than less.
Yeah, which is why in the needs assessment we present this tool, and then we actually go against its findings in the conclusion, because the tool, in effect, is saying no courses can be lost, and we're saying that one can be.
Okay, well, that's helpful, thank you. And then if you look at Mr. Smith's rebuttal on this, just very briefly, at 3.7, I think it is. It's 3.7. Oh, sorry, it's 3.7 actually of Litchfield's note that's attached to the rebuttal. So it's 3.5, Litchfield's note attached to the rebuttal, page 4. They present some calculations, don't they, in 3.7, to suggest that if one was using the regular golfer definition of someone who plays only twice a year, the position that you end up in is you get up with a very high number of regular golfers, higher than the level we've seen in some of these surveys like the Active Lives survey. Have you checked any of these figures and calculations, or are you happy to accept them?
I'm happy to accept them.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then in your proof at 2.24, you say, talking again about the Litchfield assessment, 3 lines from the end, again, you say this is extremely flawed. It does not take account for potential changes in participation trends, which has been common within golf for decades, or on England golf targets. So just to understand that, you say it's extremely flawed. How does your assessment at CD 8.6, how does that take into account potential participation in trends?
Our assessment, when considering future demand, focuses mostly on population growth and what that would mean.
Right.
If
So-
the same sort of participation levels continued.
Okay, so it's based solely on population growth. Okay, understood. Right, I think that's everything. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Robson, do you want to re-examination or do you want a short break? What would be your preference?
I'm happy just to go to it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanted to talk about how we use the rest of the day.
Well, if you want to go to re-examination,
Yes.
let's go there, and then we'll perhaps have a chat about where we go after that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Wright. I'm going to test your memory because I'm going to start with the most recent points and we'll work towards.
Okay.
We'll go from back to front. You were asked about figures and on the numbers of rounds. You recall those questions with reference to the Blaby figures and the Enderby figures in terms of the 9-hole and 18, those that played, of course, twice. Recall that. Could you go back to Councillor Hartshorn's statement, which I don't understand to have been disputed by the appellant? You have that CD 5.6, page 56, although the figures go on to page 57.
Yeah.
And you were taken to the paragraph that goes across 56 and 57, which is the Blaby Golf Centre green fee rounds of 24,202, 2,039 18 holes. You see that?
Yep.
In 24, 28,000 and 2,400 in 2025 forecast. You see those?
Yep.
And your answer to my learned friend's question is broadly was comparable with the figures at Enderby. I just want to go on to the next paragraph. The adventure golf pitch and putt facilities accommodate approximately 20 to 23,000 visits per year, meaning the golf course and adventure golf together provide in excess of 50,000 paid recreational visits annually. How does that 50,000 total visits compare with the total users and visits at Enderby?
It's significantly more, probably 75%, quick maths.
And with reference to your clear answers in cross-examination that pitch and putt and crazy golf is relevant, so on a needs assessment it gets less weight. How should the inspector factor in those 20 to 23,000 visits to the pitch and putt and adventure golf? Are they relevant or not to looking at?
They're very relevant. It adds significant demand to the site, and as I've said, there's no assessment of need to suggest that those facilities aren't needed, aren't required.
Thank you. Next, about short courses. The question was put, it's a misconception that short courses are inherently good. They can be less intimidating but can also be too short for beginners. And it's part of your pros and cons. And you said it's one of the cons.
Can be.
It can. What are the pros of a shorter, less intimidating course for beginners?
They are generally easier
for the most part, and they're much quicker to play if you're more time pressed.
Thank you. Next, about a question that flowed from, and there's always a phrase that crops up in inquiries that everyone then goes on to remember whether or not it's relevant, the synergistic hub, which is a fantastic phrase from Mr. Smith. The questions that flowed from the synergistic hub, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it flowed from there that you were asked about the pathway and transition for beginners, and part of your evidence is the transition from adventure, pitch and putt, standard hole. And you were asked the question, do you need all the facilities on site in order to transition through golf in that way? And your answer was no. What are the benefits or disbenefits of having that transition on site?
Just that it is all on site and you don't have to go to different venues to do the different things. You can be more fluid between the three. And you sort of still got that home base.
You were asked, going back now, I think to pre-lunch, with regard to Mr. Gaunt's report, and the point was made that if it needs to be reconfigured following Davidson's consent being implemented, it would be open to the planning authority when considering any application to reconfigure, to revisit the safety of the course overall, and your response was yes, when an application comes in that would be considered, and that Mr. Gaunt's safety points would be relevant. Do you remember that part of your cross-examination? So 2 points. Firstly, is there currently any application that is looking in detail at the safety issues that would be considered?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. And so we're then dealing in propositions. So from the propositions, and you've read Mr. Gaunt's report, I assume?
Yeah.
From the points that Mr. Gaunt raised in terms of safety, and we can go there in detail if we need to, are they presented as insurmountable safety obstacles, or does he propose potential solutions?
He proposes potential solutions.
Therefore, and it may be that you can slopey shoulder this one off to Mr. Baker-Adams, therefore, if potential solutions are possible on the basis of the appellant's own case, when one looks at weight to finding solutions to this issue of the Davidson's case, what weight can you give to a solution being available or not, given Mr. Gaunt's own evidence?
You can give weight to it because solutions clearly exist.
Okay. Right. We're now going to look a little bit at a number of issues that sort of cross, which related to the questions you were asked around issues of investment to reconfigure Blaby. You recall that part of your cross-examination. Yeah. Questions related to the finance necessary to deliver that. Do you recall your questions on that? And therefore, how viability may or may not play into your considerations. Now, we've got very clear answers, and my learned friend very fairly took your answers and sort of left it there, that your view is viability is not relevant. But I just wanted to test where I think my learned friend's questions were driving. Could you look, please, in your proof at the paragraph we've been to a few times, paragraph 2.5, where you cite the conclusions of the golf needs assessment?
Yeah.
And the final sentence of the last paragraph, the loss of one is likely to considerably increase the demand and need for the other. You see that?
Yeah.
dealing in a world where the inspector dismisses this appeal, as a question was put to you by my learned friend, that would mean he's protected the Blaby Golf Centre site if the appeal was dismissed. In an appeal dismissed world, as again the question was put by my learned friend, it would open up Enderby for potential allocation through the local plan for future development. And this is the Enderby versus Blaby question we've been wrestling with all day. In circumstances where the appeal's dismissed, Blaby's protected, Enderby's opened up, what do you expect to happen in terms of the user base for Blaby, given your conclusions in the golf needs assessment?
On the assumption that Enderby
is developed out.
Then as soon as that happened, I would imagine a large proportion of the Enderby user base would go to Blaby.
And so in terms of looking at that specific type of service facility that Blaby and Enderby offer, if Enderby were to go, would there be any alternatives to Blaby within your assessment of that sort of all-in-one?
Not at the price point and quality aspects.
Right. So 2 points from that. And I recognise, and I don't want to push the limits of your expertise, so please, if this pushes beyond, please say so. In circumstances of an increased user base and being the only option for this type of work, for this type of golf offer, what would be the likely or reasonably concluded impact in terms of the ability of Blaby to adapt to the Davidson scheme, where they've got more clients?
Then they would have more income, more money to invest.
Right. And so, in the circumstances of appeal dismissed, more clients, potentially more money, and implementing, let's say, Mr. Gaunt's proposal. So Mr. Gaunt's proposal results in a 9-hole golf course and a 6-hole pitch and putt and the adventure golf course remaining. In those circumstances, how does that offer, 9-hole, 6-hole pitch and putt, crazy golf in place, how does that compare to what is currently available at Enderby?
It still outweighs it, in my opinion, given that the 3 facilities are there in existence.
Right, good, thank you. Now we're having to deal with these hypotheticals because of the circumstance of the case. We know from the questions put and from the evidence of Mr. Smith that Enderby is currently not investing because of the potential draft allocation, and we know that there's an insecurity of tenure as well for Blaby because of this application. So we need to think about how both courses could change if one is allowed to be built out. And we know, you've just explained, and Mr. Gaunt has suggested what Blaby could do. What is Enderby suggesting that it would be able to do in terms to change its offer that we've seen any details, any proposals for?
Obviously reference to the simulator. There's reference to potential adventure course creation if Blaby was lost and money went towards it. But other than that, I've not seen anything.
And so then we're comparing future Enderby versus future Blaby.
Yeah.
How would that comparison fall in your assessment?
With the adventure course, obviously that would be a benefit to Enderby, but I just see that as sort of evidence that it is needed at Blaby. And with the indoor simulator, again, that would benefit Enderby, but there's no reason, if the money existed, why one of those or multiple of those couldn't be provided at Blaby.
Your proof at 2.3, please. And it is Yes, the third bullet point, which we went to a few times. We got that.
Yeah.
No, sorry, forgive me, this is an error in my notes. The question that you were asked related to 2.3, the paragraph above.
Okay.
Which said, starting with the sentence, furthermore, it's the only site with a standard hole course, a pitch and putt course, and adventure golf course, and with this providing an on-site pathway suitable for golfers of all ages and abilities. This was towards the start now, that your memory's holding up. And you were asked, do you have any evidence of age of those playing at BGC versus EGC? And you said not in terms of the user base.
Yeah.
But you've still reached the conclusion in 2.3. So I wanted to understand what's the basis for you reaching that conclusion that it's important because it's the only site that offers the standard hole pitch and putt, an adventure course with a pathway for golfers of all ages.
Just knowledge really as to how those facilities operate and who they are most likely to be used by, and then just the sort of more anecdotal information picked up during the consultation process with the operators.
Thank you. Right, I think this is the last one. When we were examining towards the start of your cross about the role of quality and its relevance in assessing need, and you were asked, we know that quality is relevant and so is quantitative and qualitative need, to which you said yes. As part of assessing qualitative need, is there a requirement set down that courses need to reach a specific quality in order to be needed, i.e.
No.
EIGA, architect, the points put by the appellant?
Yeah. No, not at all, and that's why I think I started off today by talking about the nuance of golf, and unlike a lot of other sports, its quality is very intrinsically linked to its price of access. So you're not necessarily looking at having the best quality courses all the time, it's more about how the quality is aligned to the price, and I think that is the case at Blaby and Enderby.
Sorry, I lied, it wasn't the final point. Very early on, you were asked a question that says your proof says little on quality. Your proof says little on quality, to which you said yes. Just so that the inspector's not misdirected, could you go in your proof, please, to paragraph 2.1.
Yeah.
The golf needs assessment was produced for Blaby Council in May 2025. This proof of evidence should be read alongside the golf needs assessment. Do you see that? And you've referred throughout your chief and cross-examination to numerous references to quality in the golf needs assessment. So in addition to what you say about quality in the proof, where else should the inspector look for your views on quality and how that factors in?
The golf needs assessment, there's an entire section with a subheading of quality, which details all the relevant aspects.
Very good. Sorry, I definitely was wrong when I said it's final question. But this one will be very quick. You were asked if you played the course, and you said no. Does that matter?
No, I've been to the course, I've walked the course. Don't want to sound cocky, but I'm a good golfer. It wouldn't be a course for me, but that's not to say it's not a course that's needed for other people.
We might find out how good Mr. Smith is at golf.
What, are you suggesting a playoff, are you?
Maybe that's how we
result of the inquiry.
Maybe that's how we settle this. Yeah. Save for the offer of a golf playoff, which this side stands ready to accept. Those are my questions in re-examinations.
Thank you. Nothing from me, Mr. Wright, so please step down. Yeah, thank you. Right, so in terms of carrying forward then, what's the view of both advocates?
Thank you. So it's my last witness next. My preference, if I'm honest, would be to come back tomorrow and have a day of planning. I think it's certainly helped. I think it helps to have the clear set days, because if we start Mr. Baker Adams now, he's going to finish as chief probably. He's then going to be in the witness bubble, which means I can't talk to him this afternoon, and I can't talk to him tomorrow, and then he gets cross-examined for, I think, I can't remember the exact estimate. 3 hours tomorrow. I would rather Mr. Baker Adams has a night of preparation where I can speak to him, and then he comes back and he has a full day sat in that chair. Even then, I think we'd still be on. I think my estimate was for 45 minutes. I think we're still getting an early finish tomorrow, which means we hopefully will all still be home for tea, depending on where we live.
Mr. Morrissey, your thoughts?
So I'm relaxed about it entirely. I think we will still, on those time estimates, given that we weren't supposed to be starting this witness until mid-morning tomorrow or later, I think, because we were looking at it's 105 minutes we had of this witness tomorrow, didn't we? So I think we'll still finish well before 5 on that basis. So I'm happy to defer it to tomorrow. So I mean, more generally, so I think we are on course. Obviously, I mean, we're actually ahead of schedule, which is a very rare thing in my experience. But we're ahead of schedule, and then I mean, next week effectively, I think Mr. Holliday is going to take probably most of the Tuesday. I've then got 2 witnesses to call on the Wednesday. Mr. Stacey, I think, is going to be very short. And then Mr. Smith, we should get that done on the Wednesday. And then we should get Mr. Cusson done on the Thursday. So we should be ahead of schedule. But obviously, we have got that day of flex with the Friday. So I'm not worried about time. So if you're happy, I think we could stop. I mean, we may need to talk about next week whether, if we do finish all the evidence on Thursday, do we do conditions in 106 on the Friday, or do we do it the following week, potentially virtually, before closing, or on the same day as closing?
Well, let me excuse me. Let me give you my thoughts on condition 106 in a minute. Just in terms of today, we are ahead of schedule. We're due to have a comfort break, which would delay things even more. Got one party that's expressed a clear preference, the other ambivalent, so I'm going to go for calling it a formal day now. So we'll have the last witness, Mr. Baker Adams, tomorrow at 9:30. So looking ahead, just in terms of conditions and section 106, I don't have too much to say. And that's one of the reasons why I tried to do the note that I think I circulated, that hopefully everyone's had on Monday. So I think conditions and legal agreement could actually be quite short, and I'd be quite happy to do that virtually, as opposed to formal evidence being given over the internet, which is, let's not go there. But in terms of conditions, I think that could be brief and could be virtual.
Yes. Well, I think we're both very happy with that as an arrangement, and I mean that may mean, if we can get the evidence done in accordance with the timetable next week, that we don't sit on Friday, and we can then do 106 and close things either on the same day, if it's going to be short for section 106 closing, or we could do it very briefly the day before closings. There's also the site visit, so when you want to do
yes,
that. I mean, would you, for example, one thing we could do is, if we finish the evidence, you could do the site visit on Friday, potentially, of next week.
I could do. I mean, part of the equation is whether it's accompanied or unaccompanied. Do you want to start with that? What's the thoughts on other parties, whether that's accompanied or unaccompanied?
Thank you, sir. The council doesn't think it needs to be accompanied.
Yeah.
I don't think we do either, sir, as long as
Yeah.
you're happy that you can wander around the golf
Yeah.
centre as much. I mean, it's
Yes.
open to the public, isn't it? So I'm not asking you to play around the golf or anything, sir, but
Well, I may well visit the cafe, but I'll probably draw a line on that. And I think probably I'd be quite happy to do it unaccompanied. As ever, I mean, I don't allow any debate discussions on the site visit at all anyway, so it's only to point out anything that has come up in evidence, and both parties can always signpost that and ask me to look at so-and-so when I'm at so-and-so point. So you can put that bid in early, for lack of a better word. So I'm happy that it is unaccompanied.
so I think that's fine. And I mean, certainly so far as we're concerned, so far, you've got the agreed plan, and that tells you what you should go and look at. So I don't think we need,
Yeah.
at the moment, I don't feel the need to point anything else out that you need to look at.
Okay, all right, but if during, well, the last bit of the council's case and the appellant's case, if anything does come up, I'm happy to add that to the list. Otherwise, that looks like a very sensible route. Okay, so it comes down to when I do it. I'm open-minded. I think, Mr. Robson, you did put a request in, I think, for me to look at it during half-term, I seem to remember.
So I thought you were going to say for site visits, for the conditions to be looked at during half-term. No. So yes, on the site visit, we did request you to visit it during half-term. Conditions 106 isn't obviously bound by school holidays.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Okay.
Half-term is week 3.
Yes. So, I mean, is that it's a good few hours to my workload, but what's the basis for that request?
The reason being is that it shows the course at its most used period, and it shows the way the community is using this facility. There is, of course, a risk if you go, for example, if you'd have gone yesterday when the heavens were opening and nobody wanted to play golf, it gives a perception of a golf course that nobody goes to.
Okay, all right. In that case, I will look at it as penciled in on the schedule 27th. I did see it on Monday, and I will have a look on 27th then. I'm always, I'll just put a marker down that I'm always a bit wary about judging demand just on one specific occasion.
Absolutely so, and then just to put my learned friend at ease, there's no submissions going to be made on this side that you need to judge it on the basis of whatever you saw on site on that one day. You've got data that's agreed on the current usage and the future projected uses.
Okay. Yeah.
It was merely for you to see it functioning at that sort of level. So.
Yeah, and you've seen it on a non-half-term day as well. So,
Yes.
I think that's fine.
Okay, all right, so I will look at it on the 27th then. I mean, just was slightly jumping ahead, but if we do get in a position that that we don't need to sit on Friday, then is the preference then to keep closings virtually for the 28th? Yeah, okay.
Is that being set up by the council?
It will have to be, because the inspectorate can't accommodate that. As Mr. Robson knows from a previous inquiry not so long ago, I'm always very nervous about that, so plead the council to make sure it's going to work and let me in early and test it.
Well, I think so. What we should do, particularly given the level of attendance yesterday, is I think the link can be established relatively quickly, and then that can be posted onto the appeal site on the webpage so that members of the public have got access to it and they've got good notice, and we can be satisfied it'll work.
Okay. I think there's a benefit in us agreeing that now, so members of the public are aware of that's the programme. The council can equally hopefully get the technology right well before the day. So I'm happy to sort of, albeit depending upon how next week goes, but heavily pencil that in. Perhaps it's a sort of 3B pencil rather than a hard pencil. That's the way that we'll go with. Okay, right. So if there's no more housekeeping matters, then we'll call it a day and start tomorrow at 9:30 with Mr. Baker Adams. Okay. So can I thank you all, and we'll close the inquiry for the day now. Thank you.